Good morning. I welcome everybody to this meeting, the Overview and Scrutiny. My name is Councillor Greenfield. I'm the chair of the committee. But before we start the meeting, a few house announcements to make. There are no planned fire alarm tests today. If you do hear the fire alarm, please leave by the nearest fire exit. Make your way to the agreed assembly point at the St. John's Churchyard on Druid Street. So security staff will be able to direct you. Public toilets are located off the main reception area. Please switch your mobile silent whilst in the meeting. The meeting is being streamlined to the Southwark Council YouTube channel. The meeting viewable on your YouTube after the meeting has ended. May I remind members, right? Okay. So I do love the sound of my own voice. Right, stop. Recording of the meeting will also be viewable on YouTube once concluded. May I remind members to raise your hand if you speak. Please wait until I've given you permission to contribute. Members of the public are welcome to record, screenshot, or tweet the public proceedings of the meeting. A copy of the council's protocol for reporting and is available on the other website. So firstly, apologies. Deep apologies for absence from Councillor Lord Johnson, be deputised by Councillor Sabina Emanuel. Are there any other apologies today? No, there's none. Thank you very much. Just want to confirm the voting members. Obviously, I've introduced myself. Councillor Von Wiese.
Good morning, Irina von Wiese. I'm Vice Chair of the...
Thank you. Councillor Abacha. Very much. Councillor Brown.
Morning, Councillor Cassandra. May need to leave, depending on.
Could be over in half.
Oh.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Fitzgerald. Backside.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel.
Morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Councillor Sam Faraday.
Councillor Leeming.
Councillor Richard Leeming, Dulwich.
Ewens.
Councillor Morgan Ewan. Wrong way round, sorry.
The early start for it. Councillor Rose.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Councillor Catherine Rose. I'm the council member, Councillor for Dulwich Woodward.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Martin.
Oh, Councillor Martin Stephen.
Oh, sorry. I'll get my Martins confused.
North Ward, thank you.
And Martin Brett.
Martin Brecknell, representing the Anglican Diocese of Southwark.
Thank you all very much. I'd just like to make a procedural statement before we continue the business. I just wanted to say that at the last meeting, it wasn't an edifying experience either for members here or for the public watching. After issuing 2 warnings to Councillor Chamberlain about his conduct, I then told him to shut up, which I'm very sorry for doing so. However, moving forward, I would like us to acknowledge that if we are to get the best out of our time on this committee, and for the people we strive to represent, then certain ground rules must be followed. For instance, similar to the mayor presiding at council assembly, We must recognise the authority given to the OS chair invested by that assembly, or to do otherwise would only end up in squabbling matches for which there is no winner. There are council procedural rules for conducting the business of committees laid out in the council constitution, which we all voted for and was agreed. I'm just going to read an abstract from that constitution. Committee procedural rules. 1.3. Powers of the chair and vice chair. This rule cannot be suspended. 1. The chair shall decide, having taken the advice of the monitoring officer, all matters of order, competence, relevancy, and interpretation of committee procedure rules relating to the conduct of the meeting. 1.4. Prevention of disorderly conduct. This rule cannot be suspended. 1. A councillor may be directed to discontinue speaking if the chair considers the councillor to be repetitive, irrelevant, using unbecoming language, or is in some other way breaching the order of the meeting. 2. If a member persistently disregards the ruling of the chair by behaving improperly or offensively, or deliberately obstructs business, the chair, having warned the councillor, shall move that the councillor called by name leaves the meeting. The motion, if seconded, shall be put immediately to the vote without further debate, and if carried, the councillor shall leave immediately. 1.5. This rule cannot be suspended. Equality and diversity. 1. This committee shall conduct this business in a way that A, promotes equality of opportunity between individuals and treats all people with dignity and respect. Conduct. 2. Everyone present at the meeting must A, treat other participants with courtesy and respect. B, be sensitive to the needs of those participants who are not used to speaking in public or whose first language is not English. C, conduct themselves in a way that does not cause offence to others or limits in any way others' ability to participate in meetings. D, only speak when called on by the chair and speak through the chair. Unacceptable conduct includes A, using abusive or unbecoming language or making comments of a personal nature about another member. B, discriminatory or other derogatory remarks or actions. C, behavior that intimidates any person present at the meeting. D, preventing others from expressing their views by interrupting or talking while they are speaking. E, attributing improper motives to others. F, failure to comply with the procedural rules. G, treating council officers disrespectfully, either individually or as a group, when speaking to them or about them. H, making comments that relate to an investigation by, whether complete or not, or a ruling of the standards committee or subcommittee, insofar as those comments relate to the behaviour or conduct of an individual member or members. I, ignoring or not accepting the authority of the chair. 1.8. Rules of debate. 1. A councillor may indicate their desire to speak by raising their hand, but shall only speak when called by name by the chair. 2. Councillors shall address the chair when speaking and A, refer to each other as mayor, deputy mayor, leader, cabinet member, chair, or councillor, as the case may be. B, refrain from using unbecoming language. C, refrain from comments of a personal nature about another councillor. D, not attribute improper motives to another councillor. E, speeches must be directed to the chair. On our own OFS procedural rules state 14.4b, all those giving evidence shall be treated with respect and courtesy, which includes cabinet members and officers. Now, what I wanted to say on this basis, if we are to make these meetings work, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, and I really do want to make these meetings work, there's 4 principles that we have to acknowledge and abide by. 1 is when the chair speaks, other members should stop speaking and not interrupt the chair. 2, members must raise their hands when they wish to speak, which is our normal practice. 3, members can ask questions on any issue under discussion. 4, members can move recommendations on the issue under discussion. I think these are just basic common sense ground rules. If we are to allow everybody in this room to be heard fairly and equally. And I think there shouldn't be any disagreement amongst any councillor who believes in the democratic process that that is the right way to conduct business. And that's the way I intend to proceed today and in future, as long as I'm chairing this meeting. Okay, so item 2.
Clarification, because I accept those principles, but one of them is they're asking like any member to ask a question. You deliberately did not allow me to ask questions that were pertinent to the debate last time. Is that something that you will reflect on going forward? And if you'd like to apologise for that too, I would be grateful.
I think I clearly stated that members can ask questions on the issue under discussion. If members ask questions which aren't related to the issue under discussion, then I have the prerogative of chair to say that, and that will remain the case. Right. Item 2, notification of items of business which the chair deems urgent. There are no additional late items. Circulated on supplemental agenda number 1 is the 8th of January presentation to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee Policy and Resources Strategy 2025-6, scene setting, and the 3rd of December 2024 Cabinet Report Policy and Resources Budget Setting Update 2025-6. Circulated on supplemental agenda number 2 is the Budget Scrutiny Cabinet Member Interviews Timetable, the Budget Equality Analysis Report, the Equality Impact and Needs Assessment documents. In addition, also enclosed is the supplemental agenda number 2, presentations on the Transformation Budget Scrutiny January 2025 presentation, temporary accommodation and homelessness finance, no recourse to public funds, contact centre, and the collection fund, council tax and business rates. Furthermore, also enclosed in the supplemental agenda number 2 are cabinet reports from the 7th of January 2025 cabinet for context. Policy and Resources Revenue Monitoring 2024-5 and Policy and Resources Capital Monitoring 2024-5 and Southwark 2030 Strategic Alignment and Appendices A, A1, B, C1, C2, D, E and F. Supplemental agenda number 3 contains the update to the presentation on temporary accommodation and homelessness finance. Slides 3 and 4 on background and London and national context. Supplemental agenda number 4 contains the budget contextual information, and supplemental agenda number 5 contains a presentation on the housing revenue account. 3, disclosure of interest and dispensations. Does any member wish to declare an interest or dispensation in respect of any item on the agenda? No? Thank you very much. Okay, so we move on to item 4, which is Cabinet consultation with Overview and Scrutiny Committee on the proposed budget 2025-6. Our remit here today is to undertake the scrutiny of the proposed budget. Cabinet intends to recommend to Council Assembly on the 26th of February, following its meeting scheduled to be held on Tuesday, the 4th of February. Included in the supplemental agenda number 2 under item 4 is the budget scrutiny interview timetable, which indicates the order and time we will hear from each of the cabinet members. Supplemental agenda number 1 contains the policy and resources budget setting update 25 to 26 considered by the cabinet on the 3rd of December. As committee members will be aware, we will be meeting again tomorrow on the 21st of January at 7 p.m. to discuss and agree any recommendations we think appropriate to put forward to the Cabinet on the budget proposals. Today's meeting will therefore be just to hear from and ask questions of Cabinet members on the proposed budget. We will shortly be receiving an introduction on the proposed 2025-6 budget from Councillor Kieran Williams, the leader of the Council, and Councillor Stephanie Cryan, the Cabinet Member for Communities, Democracy and Finance. However, before we begin, I would like to remind members of the requirement to treat those giving evidence today, in this case the Cabinet Members and senior officers, with respect and courtesy, as I mentioned before. And also, in line with the guidance contained in the Member and Officer Protocol, paragraph 81, I ask members to adopt an inquisitorial, not the Spanish version, information-seeking approach to questioning rather than a confrontational one. And finally, I could ask that we all be concise with our presentations and questioning for timekeeping purposes. Therefore, I would like to call upon Councillor Williams and Councillor Cryan to step forward to introduce yourselves to the committee and to provide us with an overview of the proposed budget.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for inviting me here today. I want to start by saying a thank you to all members of OSC for the work you do to scrutinise the work of the Council and our partners and improve our services, and in particular the work you're doing today to scrutinise our budget. I know it'll be a long day for you, but an important one, and every year your recommendations help us get the budget that we set for our residents right, and so I want to say a huge thank you for that. I just want to set out a bit of context for this year's budget, and then Steph will carry on to set out a bit more of the detail at me. Members will know that last year we set a 3-year budget for the council. In total, that budget, as updated this year, means we need to make £47 million of savings across the whole organisation over the 3 years, savings and efficiencies. That is a large number and is difficult work to do, and we are working very hard to make sure we make the right decisions to protect frontline services for our residents, focus the council on the work that it needs to do for our residents, and actually increase the value for money that our council is delivering. I think it's also important to talk about the context for that. We have gone through a period where we have seen 14 years of government cutting back funding for local councils across the country, with devastating effects. We know nationally that a growing number of councils are on the brink of effective bankruptcy, of declaring Section 114 notices and having to seek emergency financial support from the government. I'm glad to say that in Southwark we are not in that situation. We have a robust general fund, but we do not take that for granted. We have had to work very hard to make sure that is the case. This year, I'm also glad to say that the government has increased funding for local government across the country, and that we ourselves are receiving a real terms increase in funding. However, I also think it's really important for members and for the public to be clear that despite that increase in funding, that still means that we have a huge job to catch up to where we were a decade and a half ago, and the kind of level of funding that councils and our community, more importantly, had back then. Why have we seen that change in funding? Well, it's because we have had a new government, and the new Labour government have been really clear in investing in local councils. Councils, in fact, this year have had the biggest percentage increase. The Department of Communities and Local Housing, Communities and Local Government seen the biggest real terms increase in funding across all of government. Not as big in cash terms as the NHS, because they have such a far bigger budget, but in percentage terms, the biggest increase. And I've absolutely been, it's been a sea change to have a new government. I've met with the local government minister more times in the last 6 months than I met with any ministers from MHCLG in the previous 4 years. And they have been absolutely focused, in particular, Minister Jim McMahon has been really focused on the council's financial settlement, addressing the issues that we face in Southwark and across the country. The real pressure we face, though, in Southwark is particularly around 2 areas, and Steph will say a bit more around those, but they are particularly around homelessness and they're around no recourse to public funds, both for similar reasons. We've seen increase in demand, more people becoming homeless, more people in requiring those services, but we've also seen the costs dramatically go up, given the rising costs of private rented accommodation in our city, both for homeless families and for people who have no recourse to public funds. Members may be aware that across London, this is a situation that's not unique to us in any sense. Across London, councils are now spending £4 million a day on temporary accommodation, a number that is going up month by month by month and leaving a huge deficit. And other councils in London, I should hasten to add, are being pushed to the brink and indeed over the brink by those temporary accommodation costs and homelessness costs. The other points I'd like to make is that we, in delivering this budget, which is now the proposals we now have, allow us to have a balanced budget for the 3 years. Obviously, we've covered last year, a balanced budget for this year, and a nearly balanced budget for next year, another £1 million to find ahead of next year. We are focused entirely on making sure that our organisation is really well run for our residents. The largest savings you will see in this budget are in our transformation programme. That is new savings, I should say, added for this year. That is a programme that is making sure we get much better value out of the council's buildings and out of our procurement and the way the council is organised and run. They are the kind of savings that you would want to save even if you had a large growth budget to deliver value for money for our residents. They're not easy to do, but they're important to do, and we will work very hard to make them happen. So for the interest of time and to give time to answer your questions, which I'm sure you'll have many, I'll just hand over to Steph to give a little more detail.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Stephanie Cryan, Member for Equality, Democracy and Finance. So I think when we came here a couple of weeks ago on the 8th of December, we said where we were in terms of provisional settlement. That is still working its way through. We should get our final settlement hopefully by the end of this month, so that when we go into Council Assembly in February, we'll have the final details around that. There's some main things that they are focusing on where we've fed back on, and London councils have fed back around that as well, and I'll touch on that in a second. But first of all, I just wanted to say about where we are. So having set a 3-year budget, I think it has given us a lot more flexibility and a lot more time to look at where we really need to put our resources and how we can actually continue to protect frontline services. We came in at this time last year, when we came in the December of 2023, we started the process with around £50 million worth of gap over those 3 years. We balanced the budget last year, we've balanced it this year, and as the leaders just said, we've got a small balance to meet for the following year, 25-26. And that's because we've really focused our efforts around that. And I just want to say thank you to this committee as well for all the work that you did in scrutinising that 3-year budget last year and those savings and efficiencies, for the recommendations that you made last year, which we took all of those on board as well around that. So I just want you to add that this day, Scrutiny Day, does add such value to the budget setting process. And I also want to say it's not something that all councils do either. We are quite unique in the fact that we spend a whole day doing this, and we have a very robust and long OSC process, and long should it remain as well, because I think it adds so much value to the budget setting process around that as well. The actual settlement, I think, as we said a couple of weeks ago, came in roughly where we expected it to be. This is a 1-year settlement, but the government have been very clear, and Jim McMahon as the Minister has been very clear that they next year they're looking at a multi-year settlement, and that looks like it will be a 3-year settlement. So as I've always said, where Southwark goes, everyone else follows, because we've already done a 3-year budget. But so we are looking at a multi-year settlement, which again will help us in planning for the years ahead in our budget setting as well. But actually, by setting a 3-year budget, I think we've actually mitigated some of the worries and concerns that some of my colleagues have across London and indeed across the UK. You know, I speak to my colleagues and my peers, and some of them are facing budget gaps of around 20-24 million. If we hadn't done a 3-year budget, I think we'd have started the year with probably about £19-20 million gap as well. Having done that 3-year budget and actually looking at where we want to be and assigning that has made it a lot. It's never easy. Believe me, it's never easy setting a budget. There are always things we have to take into account, and none of us around this table came into local government or politics to make cuts or savings or efficiencies. It's just how we have been for the last 15 years with a slash and burn type look, and a 1 year and a very short term 1 year approach to local government finance. And actually, to be quite honest, local government being seen as sort of the poor relation to other government departments, we're seeing that sea change now, and that changing, and actually the impact that local government has in actually absolutely looking at prevention and the work that we do with our communities and knowing our communities so well. That's really been acknowledged around that, and that's really key, because any funding that we get from local government in the future will be looking at that prevention model as well, actually looking at, that early intervention and prevention, which actually saves cost and money for other government departments, for example, the NHS or the Education Service, further down the line around there as well. We've seen some increase in some of our ring-fence funding. So in terms of homelessness prevention, homelessness is a massive pressure on our budgets. Councillor Dennis will be here a little bit later to put a bit more context on that and look at where we are in year and the ongoing pressures. But we've seen an additional £3.15 million in our homelessness prevention grant. We've seen 2.8 million in our social care grant and just under 2 million in our children's social care prevention. We're also one of 15 local authorities that have received a recovery grant and some funding under the new recovery grant. That's a sort of stopgap bit of funding until the multi-year settlement comes in, but that's been targeted at councils with more deprived areas. We're one of 15 local London councils that have received that, and we've received one of 2.4 million, more than we'd expected actually in this year. But it still doesn't mitigate the fact that we have those in-year pressures. And what we felt, having spoken to the chair and to the leader, what we thought would be really helpful today for the committee, because when we look at the budget, we always look at ahead, is actually taking stock of where we are in year. What are those pressures? What are causing those pressures? And what are the mitigating actions that are being taken to help reduce those pressures or the cost funding of those pressures? Which is why today you'll see on the agenda around temporary accommodation, no recourse to public funds, and the contact centre around that, because they are those in-years pressures, and there'll be more information throughout the day around that as well. We also thought that given that this is about a finance meeting and a budget meeting, although the revenue budget is the one that's agreed by Council Assembly, there are other types of funding and that are agreed at Cabinet. One of those is the Housing Revenue Account, the other one is the capital programme. So we're going to do some sessions today to cover those, so that you as a scrutiny committee are fully aware of all that type of funding and where those pressures and how we're relying in those as well on that. So there'll be more information that comes out today. So I just want to finish off, because I know I've been here quite a few times around that, is that we are on, we have balanced the budget for 25-26. We do know, though, that there are still pressures that we will continue to see, and we will continue to monitor. Those in-years pressures for this year are not going to go away for next year or the year after around that, and that's because the actual demand is increasing as well. We're seeing more demand for those pressures as well. So just to sum it up, as I said, I think I feel it's never, as I said, it's never easy, but I think a 3-year budget has made it a lot more focused. But we're not struggling in the way that's with the general fund that some of our other councils across the country are looking at, and some are have got some real serious concerns.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Chair, if I just may add, what two small other comments at the end. So, as Steph has mentioned, the part of our budget that's under most pressure is our housing revenue account. Again, there we are in the same boat as councils around the country. Members, I hope, will be aware of the work we've been doing with a coalition of 109 councils to set out a long-term plan for the future of council housing. That work has identified a 2.2 annual black hole in council housing finances across the country. And you may have seen reported in the Guardian and the Times yesterday our latest work surveying those councils to ask them where they are currently, with 3/4 now in a position where they are on track not to be able to balance their housing revenue account budgets over the course of the next few years. Huge pressure there. We are working very hard to balance those budgets. We have a plan that works, but it is the bit that of all of our finances that keeps me awake most at night. And the final comment I wanted to make is, of course, when you look at these any budget proposals that you do every year, in many ways the most important things are the things that are not in the papers, the things that we are protecting, the things where we're not making changes. And I think it's important to emphasise there that, for example, we will continue our investment in making sure our streets are clean, our parks are in good condition, our libraries are open, our social care provision is high, protecting our free school meals offer that we provide for all of our, not just primary and nursery school children, but for a higher proportion of children from low-income families in our secondaries than in other places as well. Our work to support people into work, our wardens and CCTV provision, and our cost of living support. Those things are all fundamental for our residents. And the reason that we work so hard to find savings in other areas is so we can protect those vital services, the ones that really do change people's lives and get them the support they need when they need it. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank both of you for that and laying the background out. I know there's members that want to come in, but I just picking up if I may. I know it's a hypothetical question, but you mentioned about the potential for the government to introduce a 3-year settlement across the country for local government for next year. So I was just wondering then the impact on our current 3-year budget. Does that mean that we start the clock again, or do we then pick up the 3-year budget for 27-28?
We've always said that we would run through this 3-year budget, and I think we don't know what the settlement for the first year of a multi-year settlement is at the moment. We sort of think that any multi-year settlement would be sort of aligned to where we think it will be. We've always been pretty good at sort of more or less predicting the current trend, sort of from what's coming out from central government, but also from previous budgets where we're going to end up. We're always more or less, give a couple of million or two either way, been there in the past. So I think the intention is that once this 3-year budget has run its course, regardless of the multi-year settlement, we will start to set a multi-year budget again and again and again. I think it's best practice to do so. I think the 1-year budget makes it so much harder because you're just looking at one discrete year with one, and you'll go into departments and say, we need to find savings of this amount or that amount, and you need to show us how you're going to do it. Actually, that longer term approach gives a bit of a strategic approach to that process. Around it as well, and for me, I think we continue with the 3-year budget we've got because we know we're going to end up where it is. And like everything, by setting a 3-year budget, there's always room for change. We've built transformation into this one to help bridge the gap. Around that, transformation is not a quick thing; it's an ongoing process. So we'll see savings from transformation over the course of the next sort of 4 or 5 years around that, which you'll see in the presentation, what we're going to do later. But I really think that actually getting in that mindset and actually continue to do that, the multi-year settlement will help. But we always, we will align our budget to whatever comes.
Thank you. And just another point, and I'm sure you'll agree with me on this, that you mentioned about having a reduced budget over the last 15 years with the settlements that we received, but that surely doesn't obviate the need for us to be looking anyway at the services that we're providing to the public in terms of their relevance, meeting the needs of the public, and it being high quality. We should be doing that in year anyway, as well as responding to the settlement.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. Every year we have a duty to make sure that we're spending all of the money that we have in the best possible way for our residents. And that is always going to mean that there'll be some areas where we can get better value for money and invest the money that we're able to spend in areas where we need greater investment. And that's absolutely right. And as I said earlier, in this year's part of our 3-year budget in particular, the work around improving value for money for our buildings and our contracts is work we would want to do, whatever the financial conditions, to make sure we're spending our money in the best possible way for our residents.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Foster.
Thanks, Chair. It's a sort of simple question. We've had this substantial, proportionately real-term increase in our funding stated, but clearly we're still making savings. So I guess the question is, why is that? Because we've had this 3-year budget that we forecast. We are making savings sort of in line with that plan, despite the fact that our budgetary situation has changed in the intervening time. So I guess my question is, does that reflect that we had planned for, what we expected to happen, given the polling and everything, that we would have a new government and a new budget settlement? Or does it reflect that even though essentially were we to get this increase a few years ago before this spike in additional pressures, then we perhaps would be increasing spending? Does it simply reflect that we have these additional pressures from homelessness, NRPF, interest costs, and so on?
It's a really good and important question to be clear on. So it's a bit of both in terms of your answer. So the first thing to say is, whilst we are having an increase in funding, we're also experiencing, as you said, an increase in demands on the council. So particularly around temporary accommodation and no recourse to public funds, but also in the longer term about social care as well. And we need to find the investment to pay for those broader costs as they come forwards. In terms of the budget we set, we always work to set a budget with our excellent finance team's best estimates of what they think the political conditions and future going forward will mean. We revise those costings and estimations each year. We've made some revisions this year, and Steph will be able to talk you through those.
Yeah, and on top of that is a bit about Councillor Foster, as well as that, a lot of the additional funding we got is ring fenced. So therefore, and some of the savings efficiencies are from non-ring fenced parts of the council's expenditure, and by being ring fenced, absolutely is very welcome. But it does reduce that flexibility for us to be able to then use it in other ways as well. So we're still where we need to be. I think we came in roughly where we thought we would be, based, as we said, on those predictions. We are seeing increasing demand pressures, but we're also still seeing, higher interest rates for borrowing still. We're still seeing the impact of inflation in certain areas, especially around construction costs or, materials, those types of things as well. So it is really welcome, because I do worry that if we hadn't had that increase, where we would be, what we would need to look at in addition to that as well.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the leader and Councillor Williams for your presentation. And you mentioned, Kieran, that the HRA is still one of our main concerns. And given that in 2024-25, planned savings may not be achieved, and all the additional pressures that are now going to be placed on the HRA by the Regulator of Social Housing's judgment and the energy regulations that will place on it, is it possible to still balance the HRA and meet all the targets for full compliance with the consumer standard and to fix our district, which many residents are feeling very ripped off by? And then I'd also like to ask about the question around temporary accommodation, because clearly that is, one of the main pressures that we are facing as like the rest of London and lots of cities. With half the homelessness prevention grant now mandated for prevention rather than temporary accommodation, what I'm interested in, what steps, and Kieran, you may have touched on this, but what steps you're taking to address that resulting revenue pressure, and if you're making the case to government for a different way that grant could be applied.
Thank you for both questions. On the latter part, we are making representations with all London councils to change that split. Obviously, investment in homelessness prevention is really important. We're committed to providing a large quantity of it. But to have a 50-50 split in London councils where we've got such high temporary accommodation costs is not the best solution for us. And so we hope we'll get some flexibility there, and our finance team are working hard to make sure we can balance the books with the money that's available to whatever the eventual government representations are. On the housing revenue account, I mean, again, to say for all members, our housing revenue account is our biggest area of pressure. I think members will be broadly aware of why that is, but since 2012, when we had our last major financial settlement from the then government, setting out a self-financing deal, the government then tore up almost every aspect of that deal. It was based on a long-term rent settlement. It was based on an agreement about how much right to buy would happen in practice. It was based on an agreement about what the standards councils would have to meet were, and previous governments repeatedly intervened in ways that both reduced councils' incomes and increased the duties that we had. Now, many of those things were for good reasons, but nothing was done by government to fill the gap. And because the housing revenue account is ring-fenced, it means if we have less money coming in and more responsibilities, the sums simply don't add up. What I can say from where we are in Southwark now is we have put in place a robust plan to manage our housing revenue account and get us in the long term to start building reserves back up again. Councillor King will be able to talk to you in more detail about that later. In that plan, that covering off the things that we have to do in response to the regulator's judgment. So that's things like electrical safety testing, smoke alarms, etc. Those are fully financed, and we are confident that they can be funded. However, there are other things that we would like to be doing and want to do in the long term to drive up the quality of homes even more and to meet future standards for homes that at the moment we are not able to do because of the funding that we have in place, and hence the pressure. But they won't hold us back from meeting the requirements of the regulated judgment.
Just on the point that Councillor Chamberlain raised, you said that the 50-50 split, obviously you're working with other London authorities to try and get that changed. What split do you think would meet the needs of the borough?
I'm not quite sure. I'll check with Councillor Denson and Hakeem later, but there does need some. I do agree with the principle, totally with the principle of ring fencing and funding. I do wonder whether it, when we look at the multi-year settlement, whether it goes into a sort of sliding scale, that there's enough money for us to meet the ongoing demand around that. I did ask, I was at the local government finance conference a couple of weeks ago, and I did ask the minister around that, and the impact that's going to have on London. His view was that they're acutely aware now of the impact it's having on London and other large cities as well. They're looking at that as part of the consultation. They'll take into account all the consultation results, and his view was that they will try and iron out as many creases as possible, those were his words, around that. So I think that there is that acknowledgement. I think in London it really is about, councils are spending £4 million a day. That's unsustainable. It really is unsustainable. It's not fair. It's unsustainable on local government finances. But it's really also, at the end of it is not fair on the people in temporary accommodation themselves. It really isn't. We're seeing sort of the perfect storm at the moment of, the accommodation costs going up, less landlords in the market in the private rented sector around that, and people staying in temporary accommodation for longer around that. So I do think there does need to be some around prevention. I'd like to maybe, if you were to, I don't want to give a figure because we need to work it all through. But I think 50% or the 49% that's proposed would stifle a lot of London, a lot of London councils. And I just want to hasten to add, although we're seeing increased pressures, where at some of our neighbouring boroughs are seeing even higher demand on them than for many councils. It's really precarious because of those costs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll pick it up with Councillor Dennis later on. But Councillor Von Biesen.
Thank you, Chair. Forgive me if I overlooked something, but I'm missing from the agenda today the climate budget. And given this is the first year that we've had one, is it? I may have overlooked it. Do we have a chance to scrutinise that today as well? Oh, okay. I was just wondering because there doesn't seem to be an opportunity to question that, but if it is then and there is a translator, then I'm happy.
Can I just say, can we find wherever it is and then we'll come back?
That would be great.
Would that be okay?
Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. Councillor Rose, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask for your reflections, really. You've obviously set out challenges of trying to find £47 million worth of savings over the next 3 years. And you've also indicated the steps that you've taken as a council to set our own 3-year programme to address that in terms of budget recovery, transformation and improvement to services. I just wondered, given your work with other local authorities, how much do you feel as though Southwark is in a position to be able to offer advice and support to other local authorities facing their own pressures, and whether, as with many of these issues, they intersect, whether you feel as though the government will come up with an appropriate response to our position and that of other local authorities as part of the comprehensive spending review. And if you were to ask for 3 key things to address these problems, what would they be?
That's another excellent question. So I think, look, in terms of our ability to support other authorities, I think we have worked very effectively to get the best value for money out of our funding for our residents. However, I know all councils face incredible challenges, and I'm not going to suggest that we could go around and explain to everyone else how to do their business. Councils work very hard across the country to balance their books, but we do also collaborate on those things to make sure we're getting good value for money together for a whole wide range of things. In terms of the government addressing our challenges in Southwark and our shared challenges with our London and national boroughs, so I have been reassured by the response in the first 6 months. The government have set out investment in exactly the things that we have been calling for, additional funding for homelessness, additional funding for special educational needs, additional funding for pressures in social care. They are exactly the areas where we and all councils in our city and country are seeing the most pressures. Is it enough to solve all of the problems that we face now? After 14 years of previous governments cutting funding, no, it's not. And we know the national government faced a huge hole in our national finances. And when we look across the country, we see But yes, councils desperately need more money, but so does the NHS, so does policing, so does the courts, so does our transport system. So I do not envy the choices that the Chancellor is having to make with ministers across government. It's important to say that having had those detailed conversations, which is such a refreshing thing to be able to have with the local government minister, Jim McMahon, the government is absolutely focused on finding a fairer funding settlement for councils. Previous governments took action to effectively move money from areas with high levels of need to areas with high levels of Tory potential voters, to be candid. The current government is absolutely focused on putting in place a local government funding formula that is based on need. And in many ways, that will be the right thing for our borough. The area where there is, I think, the most to do for us collectively to win the argument is on homelessness, because London's homelessness bill and situation is so different to the rest of the country. You know, homelessness is a challenge across Britain, but the costs in London are so high that we need to continue that work, and that is perhaps the central call from our collective call from London councils is to have a fair settlement for homelessness in London. In the long term, that needs to be more social housing. That is the only long-term answer. Council housing, housing association, social rent housing, but we also need short-term solutions to fill a gap that is, as I said earlier, £4 million a day that councils are now spending on temporary accommodation to provide a not good outcome for people. That's a huge amount of money. The number is going up.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Leeming.
Thank you both for coming and for your presentation. I know that you're looking to find £3 million of savings through transformation. Obviously, it's given my career, transformation is something I'm deeply interested in, but I also note that the whole transformation process can be difficult to predict and is subject to many variables. And so I'm wondering, multi-part question, how confident are you that the £3 million worth of savings can be found? And given that this sort of transformation often requires investment in changing, transformation is always around what people do rather than necessarily new technology, whether we are also making investments to reach those savings.
Just a couple of words and I'll hand over to Steph. I mean, the first thing to say is I do think this is the right thing to do for this council at this point in time. So members will know that we made substantial savings as an organisation some years ago by reorganising our buildings, thinking about how we did them differently. We have in the past also made substantial savings by looking at our contracts. That has been less the focus that we've had over recent years because we've been stuck in the cycle of having to make one-year budgets, and savings from buildings, savings from contracting take time to deliver, and they're harder to bake into a one-year budget, almost impossible. So now we have the opportunity, now we have this 3-year period to be able to really focus on that. So I think it's the right thing to do. It's not easy, but I'm confident we can make the savings, and Steph can talk about how.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look, we've put in a small amount of savings for the current year with a large amount for 26, 27. The reason being that you're right, it does take time for some of these savings to work through, and it isn't just when it will extend into future budgets as well around that. As Kieran said, it is the right thing to do. It's also something that came out of the corporate peer review to look at how we can transform those central sort of parts of the council. This is transformation of the council as an organisation. It doesn't negate any of the great transformation work that's been done by departments in different areas as well. This is about how do we do things better? How do we do things, but actually any council, and lots of councils are looking at that transformation piece as well to make us work better as a council from the centre. The savings we're getting from transformation are not being driven by the budget. They're a byproduct of that transformation piece. And in terms of investment, yes, we are looking at where we need to invest. Part of the transformation is through our digital strategy. We've invested in the capital programme around digital strategy. We do need a new system for, our HR and organisational system. The SAP system that we already have has been there since 1999. It's not fit for purpose, so we are absolutely, we're going out to tender now for a new focus, which we can build and deliver what we need as an organisation, which will help save costs as well around that. So part of the work that we're doing through transformation will need commitment, but that's been done through the capital programme around that as well, so that they're around it. And yes, again, I think with anything, it is around, that change, that sea change that you need to see. So there will be training and development that will come alongside that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I'm interested in your view on how this budget will affect, I guess, kind of those who might feel they're in the middle of all of these squeezes. It's great, and I'm an advocate for the fact that we are protecting free school meals and various other things, which I really believe we should do. But I also worry about those who are perhaps, renters in the private rented market who are being faced with an increase in council tax, increase in fees elsewhere, inflationary pressure, probably not a real terms pay rise this year, and their sense of how it feels to live in London right now, specifically Southwark. So I wondered if you could just reflect on that and perhaps how this budget helps those people as well.
Again, another really important question. I think it's important in answering that question to start by saying that this budget is predicated on increasing council tax again this year. That is something we always think long and hard about. Ultimately, we have reached the conclusion that the value that we can achieve for our community by not scaling back on services, by increasing council tax by a relatively modest amount, but nonetheless an amount that will be felt by people in their pockets, is the right thing to do. And it's something that we are seeing councils across the country do. I think we will see almost all London councils, almost all national councils nationally that take the same decision as we are doing. And therefore, you're right, it really matters that we provide value for money for everyone in our community, not just those facing the hardest time. We've obviously got a particular duty to those and a particular focus on doing that well. And that's why we've continued to keep key frontline services. Of course, if you're a resident in Southwark, that means you get access to our fantastic parks, which are hugely valued by our community, keeping our libraries open, our free swim and gym offer, our advice services for private renters, that practical support for people, whoever you are in life, to make sure that the council is there for you on your side. And whilst I know the council tax bill is difficult for people, I genuinely think it provides great value for money you as a resident when you see the range of services that you can access to support you in our community. And then the other thing I'd just add is for those that really are facing financial challenge, we continue to have and have protected one of the most generous council tax relief schemes in the country, which means many residents do not have to pay council tax or pay a reduced amount.
Can I just come in? If we didn't raise council tax, we'd probably have to look at about another just over £7 million worth of savings, which would impact on frontline services or on some of the things that on our libraries, on our centres, around that as well. We still are the 8th lowest borough in London for council tax. I think we're the 10th lowest nationally as well. So whilst council tax is increasing, all other boroughs are increasing as well. There's an expectation from government that part of the funding we get is through council tax as well. But we want to make sure that we're spending it in the best way for all of our residents, that those people who are paying, our council taxpayers do see investment in the borough around that. And that very much aligns with the Southwark 2030 work that we did, where people are saying they absolutely value our green spaces. Around that, they want more money put into libraries and leisure centre. And we are continuing to put that investment in. It's what our residents have told us that they want. But I think at this moment in time, we do have to raise that council tax because there is that expectation. And I would be very reluctant to come to anybody to say, well, actually, if we don't raise it, let's find that £7 million worth of savings.
Thank you.
To add one other point on that, in effect, that would mean cutting many of the services that those residents in the middle are facing the most pressure on, because we have to protect social care at the front line. It's a demand-led service and others. So the pressure would be on parks, the libraries, the other things that if you're a resident on a median income, you depend on and value.
Thank you. Councillor Newton.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the huge amount of work, obviously, that's gone into this, and the good sense of thinking in advance and setting a 3-year budget. So the climate change. I did see the climate change stuff in the papers.
Sorry to intervene. I was just going to come on. I just had a word with Councillor Von B, so we could. I was going to ask the cabinet members. Do you want to take that climate emergency now, or do you want to wait for the next section when there's opposite? Next section. Yeah.
So I wasn't going to ask about the detail of it. I wanted to ask about the principle, actually.
Sorry. I need some order with this. We deal with it. We're just going to deal with it in the next section. It'll be the first question of the next section. Okay? It's just that we're overrunning on time, and I need to get some order. Sorry, but I need to get some order. Run some stuff. Okay, you understand where I'm coming from. Thank you very much. Okay, so in that case, I thank you. And we'll move on to the next section. And I think Clive is going to come up, and Tim for this section.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank you again for the work you're doing on this today. I also just want to put on my record my thanks here to all the officers who work so hard every year to make to come up with these proposals that balance our books, as well as our cabinet members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kieran. Yes, you are staying for a while. I hope so. Yeah, I know. I'll do my best. Thank you. Do you just want to introduce? Obviously, you've introduced yourself already, but the other members, please. Officers.
Good morning, Clive Pelfman, Strategic Director for Resources.
Tim Jones, Director of Corporate Finance.
Okay. Did you want to make a presentation on this bit first, or just go straight to the questions?
So, a lot of the ground I think has probably been covered in the previous session. The intention for this particular session was for any other further detailed questions around the NTFS, also for opportunity to look at any broader questions around climate implications or the Qualities Impact Assessment. And finally, there is a presentation, but I'm happy to be led by you in terms of when you'd like to see that, specifically around the collection fund on council tax and business rates, collection rates, etc.
I think we'll do that afterwards. We'll just get the other questions out of the way, if that's all right with everybody. Yeah. Okay. So I've got two people already. Councillor Von Wiese, then Councillor New.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the climate, which indeed is in the bundle, and I have read it, the climate budget, and firstly, thank you for whoever put
Sorry,
it together.
Councillor Von Wiese. I meant to say it's on pages 77 to 87.
It is
supplemental number 2.
It is indeed. And I hope that you'll be able to answer some of the questions. The general one was if you can just very, very briefly summarize where we're at, because from memory, we declared a climate emergency, I think the year before last, or earlier. We have a target to reduce emissions by 50%, I think, by next year. So are we on track? And on the specifics of the reductions, I see that sort of when you look at page 86, 87 of supplemental agenda number 2, you will find that there are a number of unfunded measures, which I understand we haven't really started yet. And notably things like decarbonisation of vehicle fleet, social housing estate, lots and lots of things that seem to be, we haven't even started yet. When are we going to do that, and are we going to be on track? Some of them, like decarbonisation of the vehicle fleet, don't seem overly difficult, and yet they have a scale of funding requirement assessment of high or very high. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we can't fix the climate emergency on our own as an organisation. Some areas we are doing, made some considerable investments in the areas that we have total control on. In some other areas, we are working in partnership with other organisations in terms of developing joint strategies and such like. Where we have had some challenges, you pointed out, is decarbonisation of our social housing stock. Obviously, the age of some of that stock makes that very difficult and very expensive to do. Some of the planning work in that area is designed to create a path through in terms of the art of the possible and the art of some areas that will just be prohibitive for us to do. But the ambition remains. You would have picked up over the course of the last 12 months, we've issued a couple of green bonds, which the investment in that has been taken forward in some projects and the such like. There are some other projects around the organisation that you would have seen in terms of where the organisation is having some success. But where you would have seen nationally, it's an incredibly expensive area to deliver the I guess the scale of the ambition that we have as an organisation to deliver on. And work in terms of how we fund some of those ambitions in an affordable way continue.
Just to follow up, in terms of the scale, it's quite helpful, really. The provisional settlement in December gave 3.9 billion extra funding to local government via the core spending power. 3.9 billion is the exact same number we came up with in 2021 to fund greening Southwark alone. So that gives you the kind of idea of the scale, the amount of money we would need to invest in Southwark in order to get to net zero back in 2021, before the inflation that we've seen over the last few years, was 3.9 billion. That's the sum of the entire growth of the whole of the country in local government. It's an enormous sum of money. So, but where there are issues with starting or progressing at the pace that we'd like to, it's largely to do with funding, not the will.
I was coming because I know I say this on many occasions when I come to this committee, but actually some of the things that we, in terms of our climate footprint and reducing our climate footprint around that is through the capital programme. A lot of the bigger projects we do around the programme help support that. So whilst the budget we agree at Council Assembly is a revenue one, the larger gains are through capital programme, which is another reason why we wanted to bring that today to this committee around that. But I think, in terms of where we are on as the table shows, there are things we have started to do and we're investing in. If you look at our green finance around that, those are funding things like cycle hangers, LED lighting in our highways and parks, putting some money into decarbonising our leisure centres and also some of our schools as well, because obviously our maintained schools have to, and they don't have the budget to do that as well. As you know, school finances are also very tight as well as local government around that. So we're looking at some of those things where we can put some money into it to get some quick wins around that, but very much needed as well. And there is a plan to continue with the green as well on that. We've done our second tranche around, and Councillor Hickson's done some really good work.
Yes, sure.
Sorry, just on my first overall question. So are we on track to meet our halving the carbon footprint target by 2026? Not.
That wouldn't be through the budget. That would be through our council delivery plan. So it's not the budget part of that. I can come back to you on where we are on that commitment on that. But that's within performance, not finance. That's still me, but it's not my mic around it. But that wouldn't be impacted by this budget here today.
Perhaps you could write to members.
Yeah, absolutely.
Outside this meeting.
If you could just get a list of that, and I'll make sure we can get that over to you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Newns.
Thank you. I will. It may have been a better, broader question to put to the leader, actually, but I respect the chair's decision on that. So we declared emergency in 2019. My recollection is actually the cost put in it was 3.92 billion. That extra little digit there, but so obviously, and it's been said many times that if we did absolutely nothing else as a council, we would not be able to achieve. We would not be able to come up with that sum of money. But I think so. And as you say, I'm really conscious that so many of the things that we need to do to achieve our climate ambitions in Southwark are actually woven into other cost headings rather than the ones that we see here, which is actually quite brief. However, we do have a commitment as a council to view every area of everything the council does through the prism of the climate emergency. And I suppose one of my kind of like sort of ongoing, I mean, it's not a frustration specifically with the council, but like generally with the world, is that I don't think that tends to happen. And I suppose my question would be, I wonder to what degree you think that we've been successful in making sure that we do see everything that we do through the prism of the climate emergency, and whether you think, I mean, I'm conscious, for example, I think there are lots of things that we do, for example, in our housing capital programme, which don't necessarily consider the best path in accordance with our climate ambitions. And I think, do you, I mean, how do you feel? Do you think we are achieving that measure of seeing everything that we do? And do you think there's more that we can do? And one thing also that really sort of sticks out in terms of budget is that we're supposed to make sure that all our staff, for example, are on board with that they recognise our ambitions. And I think, again, that's obviously really difficult to tackle. But do you think that we have the necessary resources behind carrying out that function as well as a council?
So to take the bit, are we doing everything we can? I think with everything, there's always work to do, isn't there? Around, I think we've made progress, but I think there is, as you can see from the report, still quite a long way to go. And some of that is financial, but some of it isn't. Around that, I would hope that, you know, around the sort of transformation piece gives us a bit more opportunity to look at how we drive that, especially through some of our third-party contracts and procurement and our social value around that. I think we came here a couple of months ago talking about procurement and around that, and there's a really, really good conversation and some really good ideas from members of this committee around that. So I think there is scope in the future to be able to drive that through. I think with everything, you know, we started at a place where we declared a climate emergency quite rightly, and then we've had to build it around the declaration rather than doing some of the groundwork maybe before the declaration and then sort of coming in with the declaration of a climate emergency with some of that work had been because of that. So in some of it, we've got this declaration, what do we need to do to fit that? And I think there's some really good work that's been done around it. I think some of the work that we are doing, you know, with the capital fund for the climate emergency, you know, some of the things that we do as well councils locally around cleaner, greener, safer, some of the things around that we're picking up from the green finance. We've also started now to look at in any report that comes, whether it's a council assembly, cabinet report, a report for chief officers, there is a climate concurrent now, which we never had before. Around that. So I think the message is getting out there, but I think the same with everything. There is always more to do, and there will always be more to do on the climate. I mean, you know, today is going to be a much more scary place, isn't it? After the inauguration over the other side of the Atlantic later today, that is going to be really scary for the climate as well. So, you know, I think these are the sort of things. We also continue to look at where we can use things like AI and stuff to predict things. Again, we had that really good conversation here around the use of AI and how we can use that digital strategy to build into that as well. And I just think it's one of those things, isn't it, where the pace of change is needed. We will do what we can with the resources that we've got, but, you know, to make us net zero as a council, there is a lot of money. And we, you know, and borrowing rates are high at the moment. So it's the servicing of any debt as well around it. But, you know, our ambition's still there. Our ambition will always be there and quite much should be there. Does that sort of...
Thank you very much. And obviously, you know, yes, I see that we're improving, and I sort of would urge you to guide us even more ambitiously on that process. Thank you.
She's got plenty of ambition. Don't worry about that. So, Councillor Rose.
Question then, in relation to the medium-term financial strategy, and I acknowledge the presentation you gave to us a couple of weeks ago. I'm grateful for that scene setting. Can you outline the level of confidence you have that the current level of unrestricted growth, if it can't be stopped, is at least controlled, and the rate of growth is under control? And finally, in terms of additional measures you've done since the 3-year budget was set, what benefits have you begun to see and realise after a year in relation to supporting that objective?
I pick up the first element, Councillor Rose. I mean, I think as part of the budget report, there's something called a Section 25 statement, which Chief Financial Officer needs to sign off on. That provides assurance over the adequacy of the financial reserve, but also the adequacy of the estimates and the assumptions that go into creating that budget. So that will be part of the budget report. All things being equal, the only area that causes me material concern on the general fund side at the moment is temporary accommodation. Officers are working incredibly hard in difficult circumstances to deliver a temporary accommodation service that we're proud of, but one that we can afford as well. And there's almost the perfect storm in terms of demand, the way recent policy has seen an exodus from the market of local landlords and such like that makes supply and demand really difficult. That's not unique to Southwark, it's the same across London. and most of the urban areas up and down the country at the moment. That is the area at the moment where I'm unable to give the assurance I would like to be in a position to give. That said, certainly there's an awful lot of resource and focus being put into the temptation arena. That means it's not being left to, I guess, grow uncontrolled. And certainly there's a level of focus on it that gives some confidence that I think hopefully over the early part of the new financial year, some of that demand should start to plateau.
Then in sort of answer to your second part, I think we always said that we would review the impact of the budget after a year, and so we'll be doing that this summer because obviously we're still in the current financial year around that. So looking at what the impact around that and whatever it is. So we agreed after 1 year or 3 years that we would do that. So that's still planned for this summer. So then we can actually use that to sort of shape potentially the third year and also future budgets. The bulk of savings and efficiencies did come within this financial year, within the 3-year budget. So I think it's really timely that we do that. Again, it's something we've not really done in depth before, and I think it's needed to be done around, especially as we go into that sort of multi-year settlement from the central government, but also the fact that we, for the first time ever, I think, Councillor Wingfield, you may remember multi-year budgets before, but since I've been a councillor, this is the first time we've done it. And I think we're also learning as part of this process as well. We've always, and I think all of us here are learning as part of that process. I know I'm learning because it's always been that 1 year discrete, 1 year budget, and then start the next year with the same process. This for me is a learning curve, and we're sort of building into that part of review, the learning from it, so that as we progress with setting multi-year budgets, we get better attuned to it as well. That there is that absolute commitment to review the impact of the budget this summer. And we're happy to bring that back here.
Lovely, thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
I was reflecting on comments from Councillor Von Bees and Councillor Newens about the climate budget. And I think that it is quite important that with something like this, we see a projection on the return of what's being invested here. I guess it's almost paradoxical because we're not a commercial entity, but when it comes to climate, I think it's important that taxpayers and so they understand where their money is going and how that can create a return when it comes to the very important targets that have been set. So I'm just wondering if perhaps when you come back, Councillor Crine, with more information, you can provide a kind of projection of the sorts of energy reductions, carbon emissions reductions we expect to see from this, because we do have a very ambitious target. And if we're setting this budget and there's not really any evidence to suggest that those two are connected, I would be quite concerned.
Yeah, as I say, I'll come back to you and I'll pick that up with Councillor Patterson. We'll work through that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. Last year, the Equalities and Human Rights Panel sent a letter to Southwark Council raising concerns about the proposed cuts to social care of the 3-year budget over the course of that 3 years. And I note in the EINAs again this year that all the changes that are being proposed to fees and charges will also have a negative impact on equalities. So the question is, I understand that the formal analysis is going to be done in the summer, but what are the initial findings of the impact on adult social care over the last year? Have the savings that we proposed in the first year been achieved to date? And what analysis has been done by the council of the government's changes to the national insurance contribution? Because that will have a really negative impact on social care providers, and care workers. So
I'll take the last one first, because I think, as we said at the last overview scrutiny, we have had some additional funding in social care grant 2.0. The plan is to use that to help offset national insurance contributions for our care home staff and our domiciliary care staff, because we know that for a lot of care providers that we have contracts with, that the staffing costs are the bulk of their costs. So it's we welcome that because it enables us to help offset those national insurance contributions there as well around it. I think the fact is that in terms of the amount we're going to get through national insurance contributions to offset the increase for the council, we haven't had that amount through yet. That will be in the final settlement, but working on the formula, it probably may not be enough. However, we are able to also to use that across the HRA, which we were a little bit worried about, but we could. But in terms of social care in particular, we are looking to use that increase in the social care grant to meet that gap there around it as well. In terms of where we are, I think, you know, adult social care is not one of our areas of concern at the moment in terms of overspends or sort of pressures on the budget. We are seeing more demand in adult social care, but it is being maintained at the moment through departmental budgets around that. As I said, you know, the thing that worries me most is temporary accommodation general fund. There is an increase in no recourse public, but we've not seen that spike in the adult social care budget in the same way around that. The adult social care is one of the things that, you know, in terms of the equality impact needs analysis, or when we're going to be doing that impact assessment at the end of the year, absolutely one of the key focuses that we'll look at. And as I said, I promise we will bring that back to this committee so that you can have a deeper dive into that at that time. I think it's too near. As I said, we get what we do with the budget. You have key touch points within the year where reports come up with a revenue update report that comes to cabinet. So far, it's indicating that there are always pressures on all services. There always are, and there always will be at the moment. But in terms of significant overspends or significant pressures, we're not seeing it on adult social care in the same way as we're seeing.
Just a very quick follow-up, and that's encouraging to hear. But so are you saying that the fears of the Equalities and Human Rights panel about you know, the impact that the social care changes we're going to have on vulnerable groups are not coming through in the system as you're aware?
Yeah, we haven't seen it as much, not borne out within the budget. No, we're not seeing any overspends, which seems that the department are containing it within their budget. However, we are as in all areas where they're service led, and we're looking at, you know, frontline services. We are seeing an increase in demand, and we are seeing an increase in more complex needs around older people and their care around that. So we are keeping an eye on it, and I think actually by doing that review, it means that we can then really reevaluate it and say, what do we need to do, or do we need to do anything different around that? And I said that's why I'm really committed, which we've not done it before. I'm really committed to the review around this, because it's really important, first of all, to make sure that no one is slipping through the net, and secondly, if they are, how do we address that, and gives us scope for future budgets, or and to look.
Councillor Leaming.
Thank you, Councillor Wingfield. My question is not unrelated to that from Councillor Chamberlain. I'm looking through the fees and charges, and there are a lot of them. I note that, that there are, the figure that comes out most often is around a 5% rise in fees and charges, which is, of course, double the rate of inflation. I note that there are equality assessment reports in a lot of them. And so I suppose reiterating the point that Councillor Chamberlain making, are we confident that we are in a cost of living crisis not impacting unnecessarily on our residents, while noting that our fees do tend to be lower than benchmark with other councils? And what are we doing to communicate with this? Partly because quite often I, as a councillor, get complaints from my residents that we are, rightly or wrongly, get complaints from my residents that we are impacting on people with protected characteristics. Are we confident that these fees are defensible? These fee increases can be defensible, and what are we doing to communicate that?
So in terms of the fees and charges, as there are so many across the piece, we are looking, as most councils do, looking around a 5% increase. So I think our neighbouring comparators are looking at similar increases around that. And you're right, some of our fees are lower than other boroughs, but fees and charges do form a significant part of the income that we receive in the budget. If we didn't take the 5% and around that, we would probably again have to look at savings and efficiencies, and same as with the council tax around that. So we are comparing ourselves to our neighbouring boroughs and across London, our comparators. Some of those are benchmarked. Some fees and charges are statutory. We have no say in what we charge, because those are statutory sort of. We are told this is how much you have to charge for it. We will always try and look at how we support people on lower incomes or people with protected characteristics around that, and some of the equality needs analysis will looks at that. You know, some of the things that we do for like free swim and gym, help supporting our leisure services around that as well. Some of our adult learning. There are supplement. We do help support people on lower incomes around that. But I think the fact of the matter is that if we don't increase our fees and charges by the 5%, I'd be happy to go to my colleagues and say we need to look at savings elsewhere. In terms of comms, I think that's really, really important. We're very much looking at the comms around how we communicate the budget, how we communicate the council tax increases, and what we're spending, but not the increase, but what is your money spent on? If you're a resident of Southwark, you're paying money into Southwark, where does your money go? What is it spent on? Because I think that's really, really important. I don't think we've been really good at doing that as much as we can do in the past. It's something I'm looking at with the comms team at the moment to say, how can we feed that through to this one? So we're giving residents as much information as possible within that, because you're absolutely right. If you're paying a fee for something and then suddenly in April you see it go up without any communication, that's not the right way to do it. We need to give people the notice to do it. Yeah.
Massively permission to follow up, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and then the converse of this is that some of our fees and charges might be actually almost subsidising, especially some of our better off residents. If you look at a particular policy interest of mine, you'll know that out of transport, we've seen a significant increase in larger and heavier cars recently. Yet it costs the same by parking permit for the smallest car that you can buy as it does the largest car you can buy. Yet we know through the laws of physics that the very much larger cars cause significantly more damage to our roads, and therefore impose further costs on us, and where we're the government is very keen on fixing potholes, rightly so. That falls on us, and if someone driving a very, very large car is going to damage the roads very much more than someone driving a very small car. So what are we doing to actively look at where we are de facto subsidising people whose choices are incurring costs on people who are not making those choices?
You've stolen the thunder for part of the transformation presentation, because part of
Sorry.
That's okay. Part of the when we look at transformation is around income, fees and charges, and are we actually, as you quite rightly said, are we charging too low for some things, and how can we make sure that we are absolutely, and full cost recovery for some things as well. Absolutely, I don't want the whole of the revenue budget going into fixing potholes. Although I have given more money for potholes, I think there are other local authorities that probably need it a lot more than we do around that. So part of the work around that transformation, the transformation savings, and what's driving through transformation is also having that base. We need to do the baseline work first, and then we can look at that. So that will feed into future years around fees and charges, making sure we are charging what we can for those who can afford it. And actually making sure, as you're right, some of the things that are putting costs and pressures on other parts of the council. So you're right, when a large vehicle drives and it's causing stress on that road, that impacts on the highways budget. It also impacts on climate, impacts on air pollution. So it's having a look at how we can use transformation to help sort of work through that as well. But so we're going to do a bit more in depth on transformation a little bit later this morning.
I'll look forward to it then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can think of a few roads where you feel like you're on the Big Dipper going up and down all the time. But anyway, yes, I'm conscious of the time. So you wanted to just do a quick, did you on the council tax collection?
We can always just take questions if members
fine.
familiarise themselves with papers. I'm
Yeah,
happy with either
It's
option.
all in front of us. Okay, anybody got any questions on the council tax collection specifically? Yes, Councillor Chairman.
Just a very quick one. So page 8 of the budget set update sent to the cabinet suggests that council tax collection has been trickier since the pandemic, and that the previous year's council deficit is 5.6 million. What's the reason for that?
So there were some delays in collection nationally due to COVID, as a result of reductions in the enforcement action that we had to take because people were struggling to make ends meet. Delays in collection inevitably lead to reduced overall collection. The longer you leave the debt, the more likely it is you're going to have to write it off. It's just a fact of debt collection. Following the pandemic, we've then had a cost of living crisis, which has hit fairly hard. As Councillor Crine has pointed out, we have one of the most generous council tax reduction schemes in London. We know of, I think, probably near enough half of London boroughs are considering reducing theirs next year. We're one of the few that are not, but there are a number of reasons, such as those, which lead to reductions in collection rates. I think what gives us confidence is that our collection rate is broadly in line with the average of our near neighbours. So Ofblog publishes data around council tax collection rates based on near neighbourhood groups, which are based on some information from SIPA. Some of that detail is in the presentation, but we perform well in terms of near our neighbours.
Also coming,
Yes.
we've also obviously, when we set the council tax base, we set a collection rate and we also base it on the sort of number of Band D properties that we're seeing as well, because of obviously the impact of the mini budget on inflation, on build costs, and that we're not seeing as many properties come along as we would. So therefore, we took a real sort of a view of actually reducing the collection rate slightly to reflect that, but also reflect the fact that we are, because of the pandemic, because of the cost of living crisis, we are seeing more people sort of struggling to meet their council tax costs. We are in the year where we thought we would be within that. And I just wanted to sort of reaffirm our commitment to our council tax reduction scheme. We are seeing, again, other boroughs reducing theirs down because of the need to find savings around that. We're not doing that. We're keeping it as it is. We're not changing any of the parameters around that. So for people on low income, they can get up to 85% of their council tax. They only pay up to 15% of their council tax bill. For pensioners, there's a statutory requirement that they don't pay anything around that. I think also in terms of the money we get in from council tax, because we do have that, and quite rightly have that generous scheme, we are seeing more people sort of apply for it. So that has a sort of negative, an adverse impact on the amount we collect from council tax, because the more people you have on the council tax reduction scheme means you're not collecting the full amount on that. But it is the right thing to do. It's absolutely the right thing to do around that. And I am quite proud of the fact that we are not actually changing that when other councils are actually having to do that and reduce the generosity of their scheme.
Very much. And I think that comes to a conclusion there. I just want to say, when I said ambition before, I meant your ambition for a better future for the people of the borough. And that's what, good. Absolutely. So we'll move on now to the transformation section. Is Rona here? Yes, jolly good. Would you just like to introduce yourselves before we get underway? Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Rona Cadenhead, Assistant Chief Executive, Strategy and Community.
Hi, and I'm Rupin Ragwani, Assistant Director of Finance.
Welcome to you both. Do you want to do a presentation first or just go straight to the questions? It's up to you. Is it? Sounds like the pantomime, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. Carry on then, thank you.
Is that your preference, Chair, that we do? So I won't go through every step of this. I'll leave space for questions. But there's an internal change programme called Future Southwark, which has been set up. The first phase of which was very much about organisational effectiveness and looking at areas like Council's people plan, its specialist skills in certain areas, and just general organisational efficiency and effectiveness. In the autumn of last year, it was agreed that the council would take an approach to its budget gap, which would be focused on cross-council savings. So we grandly call it transformation savings, and it's absolutely based on things getting better and things being done better. But it might be easier to think of the savings process as actually a cross-council savings process, and that's what's been set up to look at through the programme itself. So,
excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Can you just bring the microphone a little bit closer? It doesn't get picked up otherwise. Thank you.
Is that better?
Loud and clear.
Lovely, thank you. So if we move on to the slide, which has context and background / number 2 on it. So I know that the committee have already heard the details of the overall council budget position and the gap that the transformation programme is seeking to support the council to meet is the 10 million gap over the last 2 years of the MTFS. So what we've looked at is best practice across local governments. Where can these savings be made where they have the lowest impact on service provision to residents and they have the lowest impact on the council's staffing and approach to its workforce. And so the priority areas for savings are in corporate real estate, income maximisation, which goes back to the conversation a little bit earlier about fees and charges, procurement and third-party spend, technology and digital, and the redesign of business resources. Now, they will have varying degrees of contribution towards the gap, and also some of them may have some of them absolutely have cash flow benefits, but some of them have non-cash flow benefits as well in terms of the way that the council works. And we've taken a good look. Now, Rupa's here from finance. What we've done is we've taken a really good look at what might be the possibilities in these areas, and looking at best practice across councils across London and nationally, where these areas have been the places where they've gotten those cross-council savings, and where that's had the least impact on service provision and the workforce. And moving on to the next slide. So we've got a 4-step approach to this. This work started in the autumn of this year, and we're approaching the end of step 1. So step 1 is absolutely that identification of potential savings and benefits through working with services and looking at the provision of savings that have been met across the rest of London. That has given us an indication that yes, we're confident that we can make that budget with good focused programmes that begin to deliver measured benefits. We're confident of that. We're confident that actually, in fact, looking at our benchmarking, we're taking the lower end of assumptions. So we're not being overly ambitious about what can be met through this cross-council savings programme. But again, we've got good benchmarking to say that yes, the assumptions that we've made are good. At the end of that process, we will then do a full and detailed business case, and that will be carried out over the coming months and reported through the NTFS update that will be coming in the summer. So the outline process, understanding of what the potential is, and then moving on to a full business case that will recover costs as well for delivery. And then lastly, of course, the mobilisation and delivery of those business cases and robust and regular reporting of benefits appreciation. And then, Chair, I don't know if you want me to go through each of the individual areas, or you'd prefer to do that by questions.
I think we'll do that by questions. Okay, I'll throw it open to members now. If got any particular. Just for myself, if I could just talk. I mean, obviously, we live in a world which is evolving. Things change from day to day. Needs and expectations change. So I just wondered, how much do you sort of predict need in the future in forecasting? There are certain trends that you can obtain from various foundations and other groups, as well as government statistics. So, to a certain extent, we have to be looking at the future, crystal ball, but trying to gauge exactly the impact on our services, because things never stay the same. They have to change to meet those differences, and that has an impact on work design, and it has an impact on whether people are deployed between services of the council. So just interested to know, is that part of the transformation process?
Very much so. You've read the last slide there. So one of the areas for transformation, which won't necessarily be a cashable benefits realisation, will be a ways of working, as you've just described, benefits realisation, is a review of business resources across the council. So at the moment, areas that might do the work that you've just described, whether that's through data, through population analysis, through service analysis, are very diffuse across the council, and we don't have the council perhaps doesn't quite understand where its skills gaps might be, and it doesn't understand how to amass its skills together to be able to do the predictive analysis that you've just described. So one of the pieces of work that's being done by the Future Southwark programme is to look at skills provision across the council, to think about how we make sure that we've got the right skills to enable the kind of work that you've just described there, and also to make sure that the council can get the best possible service provision through the provision of those skills.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, and I think it ties into, I think it was Councillor Lehman's question around sort of staff and training up staff. That would very much form part of that, and it's part of Grow Your Own, isn't it, around that? And by growing your own, it would mean that, and I know it's quite a contentious issue at the moment, but we would help look around that. There are some cashable benefits, because actually by empowering and growing your own staff and actually giving those that training and support and looking at resources, it does then reduce the reliance on agency work, on consultants around that as well. We have to spend at the moment because we haven't got those, but part of the transformation piece is to get to that stage around there where we're reducing those costs as well. So there are some cost savings around it, but that's not driving this. This is around actually if we want to be the best council we can be for our residents, then we do need to make sure we're investing in our staff as well. That's really, really important. And many of our staff are our residents as well. And, you know, any organisation that doesn't invest in its staff is not really fit for purpose, is it?
After my own heart. Councillor Leamy.
Thank you, Councillor Wingfield. Looking at the procurement section, I think it's good that we're addressing procurement, so thank you for that. I suppose what worries me is whether or not we have the project management expertise and capacity in-house to properly manage external contractors. We do often see, and it's sometimes not where we procured something, but where a third party has come and done work on the Southwark Council and infrastructure, and then the quality of the work is not followed up after, and meaning that privatised utilities, whatever, can get away with doing really bad stuff. So that's obviously not perhaps relevant to this, but I think it supports the contention perhaps that we need to invest in project management and quality management of third parties' work.
Yeah, and I think one of the things when we came here with the procurement piece and the Procurement Act is that it's very clear there has to be centralised contract management, and contract management forms part of it from the tendering of the contract before to the end of the contract around that. So I think some of those things will be built within that as well. Yeah. So actually, you know, I welcome the new Procurement Act and the actual role that plays. It's quite timely because it enables then us, in terms of the transformation piece, to flex our procurement through transformation to that act as well. So there's sort of a synergy there between the timings of both.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Rose and Councillor Von Pease.
Thank you. So I understand the context, and I understand the areas of focus for savings that you set out, and I also understand and appreciate the stepped approach that you will do, steps 1 to 4. Given what we've heard already this morning in terms of the budget overview and where the main cost pressures and issues facing the council over the next 5 years, what I'd like to understand more, and it might not be for the purposes of today, but in a budget context, is any of this work being driven or overlaid with the areas facing the most challenge in terms of budget, unrestricted growth, or service pressures alongside financial constraints? So the order in which you approach the transformation being cross-referenced with the areas where either for financial purposes or efficiencies or better procurement or whatever, that's where the prioritisation and order of it should be. So I understand the process and I understand the aims and objectives and I understand what you're going to do, but what I can't ascertain is where you're going to do it first and how that relates to the budget for the next 3 to 5 years.
Thank you. So there are 2 areas where that would happen. So the savings target that we have is non-HRA related. So I'll take housing as an example for that. Non-HR related. However, we would absolutely expect that there is a contribution to HRA through especially procurement work, through the ensuring that you're getting cost recovery on all of your income pieces of work, for ensuring that you have the greatest efficiency and service provision that you possibly can. You know, so there's not been a target put on that to exemplify that for the HRA. We would absolutely expect to accrue benefits towards the HRA, which will then help to relieve pressures and across the financial recovery piece that's happening there. On the second side of that, we would also expect to be able to take as much as possible and as quickly as possible any low-hanging fruit that will then take pressures off the wider council budget. So we know, for instance, as Clive described, there is no quick route to the temporary accommodation solutions, that will continue to put pressures on council budgets. As much as we can take in savings and efficiencies from wider council budgets and to make sure that they're non-service specific, but things like third-party spend, then that reduces the pressure across the remainder of the council budget. We would also expect when we get to the full business case piece to prioritise that. Where might we get the best quick wins, but also where might we help to relieve some of the service pressures and some of the efficiency pressures that you've just described. So absolutely be as fleet of foot as possible in doing that. And in particular areas, especially housing, we expect this to be a help, but we've not quantified that yet.
And just finally, why is this process different to other rounds of transformational change previously?
So I think in terms of when we looked at transformation previously, I think it's been sort of within departmental and looking at services and how we quite rightly transform services. I think Councillor Winfield mentioned earlier about, you know, you have to evolve and change as things go on. This is more of a centralised transformation. It's about the actual centre of the council and how this council itself can work smarter internally to deliver benefits externally for people. So it's not actually transforming frontline services. It's actually transforming sort of the core of the council around that work, sort of, you know, getting out silos and bringing that all together. Where can we centralise things where possible? The benefits of centralising. I think, you know, it's fair to say that when we first started to see sort of our budgets, our funding decrease through austerity, around that one, and we went out to our residents and we said to them, where do you think you would like us to save money? Quite rightly, people were saying protect frontline services, cut all the back office and the bureaucracy. And we did that. We cut a lot in the back office around that. But I think we've now done it to the fact that it's had a bit of a detrimental effect because some of the stuff we need around sort of analysis and data isn't there because we actually got rid of that. And actually by bringing this together, bringing technology and digital together, actually looking at our resources and how we upskill people and do that training and development, gives us that more sort of intelligence-led approach to this. So this type of transformation is giving us a more intelligence-led approach to actually our services that then can deliver for our residents around that as well. So it's very much more an internal transformation rather than a transformation of the front service.
Okay, thank you.
Those will still continue.
Thank you. Councillor Von Vita.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Councillor Crine, for the overview. I have two rather different questions. The first one, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but this is my third budget scrutiny committee. And I ask the same question every time to no avail, which is, are we really sweating our assets when in front of my doorstep there still is a major freestanding huge commercial space that was built by the council for income generation and has, since it was built, I'm reliably informed, not been used a single day, certainly not since I moved in, with any revenue. The last time I saw anything in there, that was a polling station in July last year. And in addition, just where in my block, which are all owned by the council, there is additional commercial space that's now standing empty, such as the people who used to run the Ocean Diva, which, as you know, has been aborted, and that's now empty too. Are we really, can you give us assurances when this is probably just one of many examples? I know it's not a huge cost saving overall, but are we really sweating our assets, and particularly our commercial assets? And if we don't, why don't we sell them? The second question, I'm not sure whether it's a question exactly for here, but that is on cost savings in adult social care. I don't know if there was another time when I can ask that question today. It's regarding the cost savings in Appendix C that was recently sent to the Cabinet, and notably on the independent living, because again, I have some casework which is very, very worrying. Promoting greater independence for clients linked to ongoing recovery post-discharge. Is that the right time to ask this question, or is there another time?
I think that should have been the previous segment, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but Councillor Meads, if you want to email that over, we'll get a written response to you.
It's a general question.
Yeah, so this is really, that would have been for the previous one. If you want to email it, and we can get an answer over to you on it.
We do.
Yeah, in terms of are we sweating our assets? So this is about this, absolutely, corporate real estate thing is about sweating our assets. So there were some discrete lines within the 3-year budget about particular buildings that we were looking at around reorganisation of children's services and social care and those empty buildings around there. What this part of the transformation is having an audit of all of our buildings, including sort of council buildings and council-owned commercial buildings around that. 1,600 buildings. They range from very big buildings like here at 2 Street to very small things like cleans, mess rooms. But we want to do an analysis of all of those. And from that, you're absolutely right. Some of those we may say in terms of commercial stock, we don't want to keep them. We do want to sell them and sweat them. We've already done that this year with Westminster property in Westminster Bridge Road around that. Some will say, absolutely, we do need to keep these, and we will keep those and get the best we can from those. And some may need some work being done that we can then sort of start to use. I think it's really important though in terms of the commercial estate is the fact that we know that for some of our buildings that we own, we can get quite high rents, especially in the borough for companies. But we also know that some of our buildings are used by our BCS sector, and we shouldn't be charging a lot of money for that because the social value we get back from that actually outweighs the income that we get in around that. So part of what we're doing on the corporate real estate is the fact that we are looking at, there's some quick wins where we could probably see a 10% reduction, but we want to do a bigger deep dive piece of work into every single building that we own, look at where we are. So do we keep, do we invest, do we basically offset that asset to sweat those as well. So, but we have to do that baseline work to be able to get there on it as well. But again, as I said, this transformation isn't just a 1 year, it's not a 2 year, it's an ongoing piece of that. So I think as you see us, we get that audit through and do that more work around that, but we feel that we can deliver some savings as part of that as well. But we do need a consistent approach to income within our commercial and our corporate real estate as well. So we're looking at how we standardise that and how we look at supporting those organisations that give social value against actually are we charging the right rents for those who can actually, organisations and companies.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a question on the digital strategy and that piece. I know we looked at that on this committee before, and the more I've reflected on that meeting, I felt more sort of wary or sort of slightly discomforted by how much of that felt like a sort of sales presentation or a sort of marketing event that we were attending on that. And obviously, anything that's innovative and new is risky kind of by definition. And a lot of these new products and third parties that we're engaging with are these kind of shiny new things. They're exciting and have a lot of promise, but won't necessarily all work out. And the the money that we spend on those contracts is money that's going out of the borough and so on, and creates additional pressures on us in its own way. So I was just wanting to ask, it's not been very long since then, there is a reference in the presentation to some of the early indications from the pilots that are ongoing and being positive, but it'd be good to know if anything is not panning out as we anticipated it would, even at this early stage, or if it is all very positive, and I suppose just some reassurance. Maybe I'm sort of turning into my dad, who's very wary of technology, but it'd be good to get some reassurance about that we are not attracted to these shiny baubles at the expense of the actual delivery stuff.
My dad is probably the same as your dad, so I know having a dad who does that. So the council we absolutely are driven by the fact that any technology or digital services rollout have to be safe, and we have to, and that's the overriding arch. So we have a really, in terms of our own services, we absolutely look at how we can make sure they're as safe as possible, and around that, and how we deal with cybersecurity, but also we have that additional layer with the shared IT service where they have their policies as well. So we've got dual levels around that. I don't want us to be attracted to something just because it's nice and shiny. I really don't. Just because something's nice and shiny doesn't mean that it's the right thing for us to do. But there will be some of those nice shiny things that are the right things to do. And it's working through what are the right things for us as a council around that, and not have our heads turned because it's shiny around that. That's absolutely not what should be driving it. It's the outputs that should be driving it. And these are the outputs that we want for in this area, or for this part of the company, the organisation, this part of the council. What can you give us to deliver that? So that's where we're coming from it at the moment. At the moment, it is early days within the digital strategy, and some of the stuff we are doing is internal. So some of the stuff like the Magic Note, social care, that's a bit of a game changer actually, because it means that for social care, for social workers, they don't have to write everything down on a notepad. They can spend more time with residents, and they just dictate into it, and it types it all up for them, and it's there around it. Because a lot of time with social care, if you're writing your notes up, you then have to go back and transpose those around it. So things like that are really helpful and easy around that. I think as we're looking at bigger pieces, so our enterprise resource planning system, which is the big piece of work that we are absolutely doing, which is replacing the old SAP system. Around that, we've had bidders days, we've had days where people come in so they can see what we want, and they are coming back to us to say how they can meet what we want. So it's not just going out and saying, well, we'll go out to tender and companies tender, and we'll say, oh, you're the best tender, so we'll get that. We've actually had sort of days where we've invited people in so we can tell them what we're looking for, and they have to come back to us to tell us how they can deliver on what we're looking for as well. So there are some safeguards and measures in that. It has to work for us, not for the organisation, and that will continue to do it. There will be some shiny things because we have to have those shiny things to deliver, but it's not because they're shiny, it's because they're doing what we want them to do.
Okay, great. Now I'm conscious we've been going for 2 hours, so what I'm proposing to do, because we're way behind time as well, is that we have a comfort break for 5 minutes, and then we come back and have a working lunch. The sandwiches are at the back of the room there, so when you come back from the comfort break, we'll start with the next section, which is Councillor Dennis and temporary accommodation. So, yes.
If there is no full break for lunch, can I propose a 10-minute break rather than 5?
Well, I'm conscious we're way behind on the timetable. I don't really want to be here till 4 o'clock, so it's either we cut down on the time and the questions for the rest of the sections in order to meet the timetable, or we cut down on the lunch time.
Well, I'd like a 10-minute break.
I would support that suggestion, to be honest.
Okay, well,
I think-
if I have to stop people from asking questions, then please forgive me if that's a consequence. Right, thank you very much. temporary accommodation, and we've got Councillor Dennis. Would you just like to introduce yourselves for those that haven't been before us today, and then we can start.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Councillor Helen Dennis. I'm the Cabinet Member for New Homes and Sustainable Development, and I also hold portfolio responsibility for homelessness.
Hakeem Oshinaki, Strategic Director of Housing.
We got Tim back again. Yeah. Okay, jolly good. Did you want to make a presentation? Yes. By the way.
I'll try and keep it brief, Chair, because I know we're running out of time.
Yeah.
So if we just go on to the first slide, I mean, this is just a reminder of the things which housing are responsible for within the general funds, not the housing revenue accounts. Obviously, the key area that we're discussing today is the temporary accommodation pressure area. And I know you had a bit of a summary of that earlier. So that's, as is down here, the support for people who are at risk of becoming homeless, our work to end rough sleeping, and then also work to secure temporary accommodation for people in housing needs. Just on to the next slide. Again, I think members of the committee are well aware of the situation, which is really dire at the moment. So London councils are now collectively spending £4 million every day on temporary accommodation, a huge increase, and London boroughs collectively will be overspending on homelessness this year by £250 million. So there's a lot of money going into this space, but it's not going into the right areas. So the challenge long term is to get that shift away from temporary accommodation into prevention and securing long-term quality homes for people. It's obviously affecting children in particular. 1 in every 21 children in London is now in temporary accommodation, and we've got the highest number of households in London homeless ever recorded. And the pressures that we're dealing with are both on the demand side and on the supply side. So we're seeing more people coming forward as homeless, presenting to our housing team. And then on the supply side, there's a lack of available temporary accommodation, particularly in the private rented sector, that we can procure at the local housing allowance rates. So that's a real challenge. And I have just included on the presentation the recent London Council's report, which I think is really essential reading if we're trying to understand this in a bit more detail. Go on to the next slide. That just shows the kind of upward trends in terms of spending on temporary accommodation in London and then also the rest of the country. So the situation in Southwark, the numbers of people in temporary accommodation, as I've been alluding to, has been increasing. So we've now got just over 4,000 households in temporary accommodation in Southwark. Quite a significant number are in our estate properties. So nearly 1,500 households are in kind of Southwark estate properties. That is actually a great help in terms of the temporary accommodation budget. For every household that is placed in kind of private sector accommodation, we actually kind of lose twice, because we're paying the kind of high rates into the private rented sector, and the housing benefit bill, etc., is footed by government as well. But we're also losing the rental income that could come into the housing revenue account. So by using more of Southwark stock, that's a kind of double win, if you like, although obviously there is a lot of need, and we're having to kind of assess how much stock we use for homelessness as opposed to kind of other households who are in housing needs. One of the things I'd also mention, which I think is positive, is that we still actually have a significant number of people placed in borough and in London accommodation in terms of households that are being sent out of London. For those with families, it's only 2%, and I think it's about 4% overall of families who are being placed out of London. Obviously, for some other local authorities, it's a much higher proportion, and you hear the stories, obviously, of people being sent to the kind of northeast and all the challenges around that. We're also not using bed and breakfast accommodation for families with children. And again, I think that's really important to note, because we know that that's really poor outcomes for children who are in that kind of accommodation. It's really not sustainable. But of course, sadly, a lot of councils are being forced to use that kind of accommodation. The situation in terms of the financial position, again, as per your discussion earlier, is that we are in a really challenging place, and we are over budget after we use our committed reserves to a position about £10 million overspent. Last year, when we were setting the budget, we were looking at the pressures that we had in this space, but we thought that we could mitigate them by using more of our stock for temporary accommodation and more placements for homeless households. There have been some challenges around that. Some of our new homes have been a bit slower to complete. So we've had kind of less stock coming into play. And we also had to withdraw our annual lettings plan. So we are still using more stock for temporary accommodation, but in terms of actual lettings for homeless households, we've had to slow that down, and we will be addressing that through the allocations policy as that comes forward for consultation and hopefully agreement later this year. So there is a plan in place to kind of bring all of that forward. But we've also had the decant, which was unplanned, of the Ledbury Towers due to the heightened fire safety risk there. There were 97 households in temporary accommodation there. So again, that's been quite a significant additional cost to bear. If we go on to the next slide. It's important to say, I think, that we've got a budget recovery board in place, looking at temporary accommodation, which meets monthly, receives reports, so that we're really trying to address both the supply and demand issues on an ongoing basis. This slide just goes through some of the things I was just setting out around Ledbury, the annual lettings plan, etc. You can see this was the kind of mitigation that we put in place last year, which has not been fully realised. So in terms of what we're going to be doing and the actions that we're taking going forward, that's just on the final slide. There are some things that we're doing this year and some things which are a bit longer term. So in terms of the supply issues, as I said, we're trying to increase the percentage of our voids which are used as temporary accommodation. We are actually looking at bringing some additional stock back into use as temporary accommodation as well. And we are trying to look at some of the kind of procurement options as well. So going forward into next year, we're hoping to use money from the local authority housing fund, match funded with some money that we just put forward through the capital programme, to purchase 40 homes for temporary accommodation use. We're also looking at kind of other kind of opportunities for additional stock, particularly through modular housing, and some of the other kind of procurement opportunities. And we've got a new procurement system, which we're just putting into place over the next couple of months as well, which should improve things. We are also trying to manage costs as well through just kind of operational side, which you might be able to speak to in a little bit more detail, including kind of trying to kind of cap costs on nightly paid accommodation ourselves and continuing to kind of play our part across London in trying to get kind of broader kind of agreements around that kind of cap. It's very challenging, obviously, when you're trying to procure emergency accommodation, but that is a really important part of it. And then in terms of the demand side, looking at greater kind of emphasis on the prevention activities, particularly family and friends mediation, using our discretionary housing payments effectively, and other partnerships in the prevention space. I think it's important to say that this is also, whilst a lot of this, it might feel quite reactive to quite an emergency budget situation, we do actually have the proactive piece of work, which is the housing and rough sleeping strategy, which is being, or just has been consulted on, and we will be kind of finalising for adoption. And that obviously puts quite a lot of emphasis on prevention in any case, obviously very much in line with what the government is trying to do as well. And we are also at the same time looking at how we improve the service offer and make Bournemouth roads kind of more accessible, and also ensure that we've got co-location of services, support services, that people can access when they go in for housing advice. So there's lots of kind of proactive work going on in this space as well. And then we're obviously having to kind of, as I said, put in place kind of quite urgent measures to try and control the budget as much as we can in an area where we've got responsibilities. I don't know if Tim wants to add anything more.
Okay. Anything else? No.
There are some additional graphs just on the slides. So you can see the budget increase. That's just in Southwark. That kind of very much kind of mirrors the kind of wider trends. And then you can see the kind of variance which is outlined So obviously the trends are such at the moment. We've got the kind of projected variance this year, but we also, at the moment, the trend is still going in the wrong direction. It is worth saying that there are national policy things that, are taking place at the moment that we very much hope will kind of lead to a reversal of these trends. So we obviously have the renters' rights reforms that are going through Parliament, the Section 21 evictions. Obviously, a lot of the increase has been private rented sector evictions that has been leading to homelessness. So obviously, the hope there is that with greater security in the private rented sector, we'll see less people presenting as homeless. And also, we've seen some movement on the Home Office side as well, with the people who are being evicted from Home Office accommodation now have 56 days to find alternative accommodation and make move-on arrangements, as opposed to, I think it was 21 days at one point last year, which was making things incredibly challenging. So there are some things obviously that the government is putting in place to really try and reverse this trend as well.
Okay. Just on that table, on 105, the TA pressure. You can see it's gone up from 223 by a third roughly, and then the projection is it's almost going up half again. So it's not sustainable, is it? In longer term, we can't carry on the way that we are.
No, indeed, and that's. I would say that's the case across the board. So we're seeing, a number of councils really pushed to the brink in relation to this issue, and I would say, our numbers are high as Southwark. I think the reason that we are in a slight, it seems strange saying a better position when we've got the figures that we have in front of us, but we are not at the brink in Southwark, and that is in part because we have, we're the biggest stockholder in London of council housing, and so we do have the flexibility to use our stock and our resources in that way. And indeed, we have regeneration properties that we're able to use at the moment for temporary accommodation, and that wouldn't necessarily be the situation for some other local authority.
Okay. And just coming back to the question that was raised earlier about the split, what is the split that we would like to see between prevention and I think
we don't like ring fences. We don't like ring fences. It's 100% flexibility would be the ideal, really. There's no need to, from our point of view, there's no need to ring fence that.
So it doesn't matter if it's 50-50 then?
Can I add?
Go ahead.
I suppose so. At the moment, obviously, we have the homelessness prevention grant that we've had and we've been using, and we're able to use that in a number of different ways at the moment. So for both prevention activities, but also to support TA costs. The additional money, which is obviously very welcome, the government's announced about £3.15 million we estimate would come to Southwark as a result of the increase in the homelessness prevention grant. To be honest, if I may be going a bit rogue here. If you had 50-50 on that, on just the additional portion, then that would not be a problem. We obviously need to see more resources going into prevention to shift things over the long term. But what we can't have is a situation where we've got less money coming in to actually pay for temporary accommodation costs, because that is the area of the most pressure at the moment. So obviously, ideally, no ring fence, but within our own strategy, we are absolutely going to be prioritising prevention activities. I can understand why the government wants to kind of almost like force local authorities to focus on prevention. So if in terms of the additional amount of money that they're giving to local authorities, there was a little bit of that which was ring fence for prevention, that wouldn't be a problem. The challenge is if they apply that across the board to all of the homelessness prevention grant that we receive.
No, thanks for that explanation. Councillor Foster.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to very quickly touch on this question that you're asking, just so I understand it. Presumably the intention of the grant is that it should all be spent on prevention rather than in the same way that money that you might spend on flood or fire prevention is different than the money you would spend to house someone whose house had burned down in an emergency. But because maybe I'm wrong about that, but which isn't to say that the ring fencing is justified, but it's to say that might be the intention behind it. But from our perspective, we need to be able to find money in order to fund our statutory obligation to house people. And we have sought to do that using this fund, which is reasonable because it's obviously related to homelessness. So I guess from our perspective, I don't know if the question necessarily pertains to what we would like in an ideal, because we would like to be able to fund that. We would like to be able to spend. I had a So maybe they'll correct me on that point. This is family member there. I just had some quick questions. One of them is, could you maybe speak to the extent to which this huge increase in cost is driven by need versus how much more expensive provision has become, like how that's proportioned? In terms of the 40 homes for TA that we're acquiring, is there any scope for those to become council homes in future should the pressures abate in the interest of, as the leader was saying earlier, the ultimate solution to these housing problems has to include the provision of social housing and not just the availability of these kind of emergency stopgap housing. I think that was it. I had another thing, but I can't recall it, so I'll stop there.
And the one thing I would just add on the prevention grant is that the rate that we receive as a local authority to actually kind of subsidise temporary accommodation when we procure has been frozen at 2011 rates for some time. So that's obviously a big challenge, because if we were receiving the full amount from government to actually procure temporary accommodation, then you'd use less of the housing prevention grant. But I suppose it's you're trying. We're all. It goes to Tim's point, I think, about the lack of ring fence in some respects, because we are best placed, the local authority, to know where the pressures are and how to use that money. I might hand over to the Hakeem on the other question.
Thank you. Just to add a bit to the prevention, I think we need to be clear that prevention can mean different things, and that's why this ring fence is a concern, because we don't know where the government might draw the line. Work that you might do to make someone stay where they are, that would cost money, and that's prevention. But you could also find yourself in a situation where you are procuring and paying for alternative accommodation so that they don't go into TA, again, which will cost money, and you're paying a private landlord for that. What will the prevention ring fence be defined as, for example? So we just need to be mindful about that.
So just on that, is there no legal definition then? Yes.
The Introduction Act is broken down into various duties. So if they do it along those lines, they'll be fine. But the highest cost in homelessness at the moment is temporary accommodation cost. So if the ring fence reduces that, the reality is, there isn't enough private rented accommodation to prevent homelessness, and therefore you're going to end up with temporary accommodation. So if the ring fence is on the wrong side, you could have a large pot of prevention money, but you're too late to do any prevention. In terms of your question around, is the cost driven by need or increase in cost, I think it's both. The need, unfortunately, I don't have the science for it now. But what's driving homelessness in Southwark is one, friends and family evictions, and secondly, private rented sector evictions. And private rented sector evictions is as a result of landlords quitting, and that is happening significantly across London. But because of the demand for TA, the providers that we have left are increasing their costs significantly. So it's a bit of both, but I can't, unfortunately, at the moment tell you exactly where the split is.
We think it's more heavily weighted in favour of the cost being the issue rather than quite significantly. We can come back with a price number, but I'd be certain it would be more.
And then finally, your question around the properties we're acquiring. Usually when we're given a grant to acquire property for temporary accommodation, it's on the condition that it remains in use for temporary accommodation. That could change in many years to come if the pressure changes. But this is to prevent local authorities from taking money to do something and then immediately convert.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to clarify a point. The leader said before that he's lobbying London councils on this matter. So presumably then, response to what you said to these questions, the lobby is to sort of lift any ring fencing and to enable councils to then divvy up the way that they see fit that best meets the circumstances of their individual authorities, rather than having their own percentage split. Is that the correct analysis?
Correct, as we've always done.
Well, that's pleasing.
Leave it as it is. It's what we're saying.
No, I just wanted to get it clarified in my own head. Yeah. Sorry, you wanted to come back? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I know I've taken a lot of time, but very, very quickly, thanks for the answer on that, Tim. I appreciate that maybe we don't have the exact figures, but it is good to know because it affects how you think about what the solution is, in the sense that if costs are spiraling, obviously the supply and demand is a part of that dynamic, but prevention can't necessarily address the whole issue if what we have is outrageously expensive and getting a measure to tackle rents at that point. The other thing I was going to ask is, you mentioned the Home Office situation, which we have heard about in previous committees, and we discussed it at the Housing Scrutiny Commission as well. Has that? I was going to ask, like, can we see a positive impact from the change that the government has introduced, in the same way that we almost immediately saw a negative impact from the change going the other way? Are we seeing it ease up as a result of the extended amount of time for people?
And I suppose all I would say is last year there was definitely a negative. I mean, we saw a huge spike in Home Office cases in the lead up to Christmas last year, when they had the streamlined asylum process in place. And then, of course, they stopped making decisions on applications, and we don't know about political reasons. And so now, as kind of more cases are now being processed, we have a kind of positive situation in that people have got more time. But of course, we are now back to the government actually making decisions on applications, whereas kind of sometime last year they were basically kind of frozen because of the Rwanda scheme. I think, obviously we also have put in place, and Councillor Ali has done a lot of work in this space with the voluntary sector. We put in place with working with the voluntary sector, I think quite a good kind of support process. We've been trying to kind of go into the hotels so that people have got kind of advanced support and notice and know where to go. So that work all continues. I haven't seen it a kind of spike, if you like, kind of coming through at the moment, the same way that we did. I will definitely I'll try and get the latest data, share that with you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Abacha, please.
Thank you, Chair. You said about securing good quality temporary accommodations. So just some simple questions. What immediate action is being taken to house the 183,000 homeless? How can the council work together to reduce the 4 million daily cost of temporary accommodation? And what incentives can be provided to landlords to increase rent units?
So there was a question on the immediate action that's being taken. So, I mean, I would say there's the whole kind of suite of work that is kind of, I suppose, detailed in our draft kind of homelessness and rough sleeping strategy. So there's particularly, and that's still in draft, so not adopted yet, but kind of 5 strands of work that we've prioritised there, which kind of runs through from homelessness prevention to looking at how we procure good quality accommodation, and then also how we address some of the kind of longer term systemic insecurity that people in housing face at the moment. So there's a lot of kind of priorities. Essentially, our priorities are set out there in that strategy. And our work, and the work of the team, is to kind of fulfil our statutory obligations under the Homelessness Reduction Act, and to ensure that we're offering a really good service to people who are coming to us in housing needs. So that's also part of the work that we're doing through the Bournemouth Road redesign to make that offer more accessible. And as I said, also joining up the homelessness service better with some of our other advice services and the local support team, for example, as well, so that people are making sure they're accessing all the benefits that they're entitled to. If you want to say anything.
Just to say, we have a regime of inspecting temporary accommodation that we use. Obviously, we have as we said earlier, we use a lot of our own stock for temporary accommodation, and we have a dedicated team, to support the people that we house in that type of accommodation that is different from the team that manages the general needs homes on our estates. In addition to that, when we use temporary accommodation, we do a thorough inspection, and then we have an agreement across London for an entity we pay for that does inspection and rating of temporary accommodation. So there's a lot of effort we put into making sure that the temporary accommodation is of good quality.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brown.
Sorry, there was just in terms of the question on incentives.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so as you're aware, we have a number of incentives that we pay to landlords, either to encourage them to keep their tenants in place or to take on new tenants. That's part of what I was referring to earlier when I was talking about pension money. At the moment, we're struggling, because landlords basically want to get out of the business, and those that are remaining are increasing their costs significantly. So, one of the reasons we're concerned about the ring fence is the inability, to use the money with the flexibility of need, basically. So, because costs are going up, we expect that the incentives would also go up.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. There's been a few comments about, I guess, the increase in private landlords' temporary accommodation that they provide, and it's all I really see on social media, to be honest. The fact that so many private landlords are profiteering from this great dire need, and the leader earlier spoke to us about kind of lobbying government, but I guess I'm not really clear on what we're doing on that macro level to help Southwark and other local authorities really get out of this situation. But it's just an injustice that I feel we should pay a bit of attention to. So if you can add any clarity around what exactly we're asking national government to do, and perhaps what else we could ask them to do, I'd be really interested in that. So we're not constantly returning to this.
Not to repeat too much, but obviously the biggest thing that we need to do is build new social housing, because that's the way in which, as I said earlier, we get better outcomes for residents, and we also kind of stop this kind of crazy situation where the money is all going into the wrong hands. So that 4 million a day that's spent on temporary accommodation across London, kind of going into the private rented sector, which could be used to kind of support people in social housing. So that's the long-term plan, and that's the kind of big lobbying point, is really focusing on kind of social rented housing and how that can be increased and supported through the 1.5 million homes. But obviously we're doing quite a lot of lobbying at the moment around the grant settlement that's required going forward, and how we can get a kind of more sustainable and a grant settlement that's actually going to kind of cover the cost of building new homes, because at the moment the amount of grant attached per unit is not sufficient. So there's a lot of lobbying that's going on in that space. I think that's the main thing. I mean, what we're seeing, kind of Hakeem outlined, you've got a kind of strange situation. What we're seeing is lots of landlords quitting the sector at the moment. So we're regularly seeing kind of leased accommodation kind of coming to an end. And then what we're seeing in its place is, I guess these are the profiteering kind of people that you're talking about, is that kind of flipping to nightly paid accommodation, because people see that they can maybe, if they don't want to have the long-term commitments, that's the way in which they can make more money out of it in the short term. So in terms of the work across London councils, we're trying to kind of really ensure that we work together to try and kind of bring the costs down across London, so that we're not outbidding each other. And that's also the case with the Home Office as well, because sometimes we're bidding against the Home Office for accommodation, which is obviously has completely the wrong outcome. So that's essentially what we're trying to do, is kind of build more social housing and work together to try and control costs.
Thanks, Helen. And I appreciate that. And I agree that is the ideal approach that we would take. It just feels to me like the private rented sector moves at a much quicker pace than local authorities are able to in this current climate. And so I wondered whether, pushing for rent controls and that kind of thing is something that Southwark is also advocating for. I haven't heard that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of policy issues that we're pushing as a local authority, but we need to be mindful. On one hand, rent cap or rent control is good. You can understand why, but on the other hand, it's one of the reasons private rental landlords are leaving the market. So there needs to be a balance around policy because going to the other end might push for the homelessness demand.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been an advocate that we need a national house building program from the government to finance growth in the economy, get people in work, get money in people's pockets, and also deal with some of the other social ills that result from bad housing. But I'm not in government, so I can't legislate for that, unfortunately. Okay, Councillor Newns.
Thank you. I was going to touch on some of the same issues, specifically with private rented accommodation, and you've referenced, obviously, we all know that some landlords are leaving the sector. I suppose it would be interesting to know, and I mean, again, I don't know whether the council has considered what resources that it puts into looking more closely at the behaviour of those private landlords and looking at how many empty properties we therefore end up with in the private sector. I'm conscious, and this is sort of from my ward experience, that when we have highlighted empty properties, sometimes, I mean, it's a little bit a case of definition. How do you actually know whether the property is empty? I know that there are incentives in council tax or disincentives to leave property then empty in council tax. But again, there are loopholes that property owners exploit, but also just the fact that the council doesn't always know what the status of a private property is, whether it's in use, how often it's in use. Again, maybe this is a bit with central government as well. I think I've raised before that as a council, obviously we should be pushing for maximum council tax, even greater increases on council taxes on properties that are left empty. But what can we do also as a council? And I mean, do you think we should be doing more to assess our property, the borough's private property portfolio, to what degree it is empty? Should we also be lobbying government, for example, on requiring planning permission to do to offer services such as Airbnb? I think other cities now are really cracking down on this. I know Barcelona has for some time. That is a big issue, which presumably would be really useful across London. I think in our council accommodation, leaseholders, I don't think are allowed. Well, there are specific rules about leaseholders offering Airbnb, and obviously council tenants. But again, I don't know to what degree we investigate, to what degree we're on top of whether that is happening. Do we need to do more, for example, to let the wider public know that these things, people aren't allowed to do these things? Let us know if you spot it happening. And that's sort of with council properties. But what can we do? Is there something that we can do at a borough level on planning to stop people doing those sort of short-term nightly rental agreements? Is there something that we can do with central government? I'd really be interested to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your question. This is something that we've been kind of actively exploring. On the empty PRS properties, private rented sector properties, we have written to everyone previously asking whether or not they want to let them through the council as temporary accommodation. We will continue to kind of at various points write to all the contact details that we have for people who've got empty homes. We haven't had a kind of positive response really through doing that. That's obviously a kind of voluntary thing. We're saying, do you want to kind of let your homes to the council, and we can help and support. We are also offering, we have a kind of grants and loans scheme that supports people to bring long-term empty homes back into use. That's just more generally, not necessarily as temporary accommodation. We've got 14 funded projects either completed or due to complete this financial year, and a further 17 potential properties in the pipeline. We have the rolling CPO funds as well, and we've got 8 properties that are being actively considered through that route as well. So there is work that kind of is ongoing to try and make contact with people who have empty homes and to look at how we bring them back into use through different routes. I agree with you in terms of having more flexibility to increase the council tax rates. Obviously, they are going up a little bit for some people this year. We did write to government on the previous administration saying, in line I think with the London Mayor's call as well, that we should be essentially be given flexibility to be able to kind of increase those rates as we see fit, and still support that. And I'm happy to kind of reiterate that call to the current government. There was one other thing. Oh yes, on short-term lets. Again, the kind of under the previous administration, there was a consultation on the registration of short-term lets and the creation of a new use class. So I'm not quite sure where that has all got to. There were some loopholes in that model that had been previously suggested that we were not a fan of, and we submitted quite a comprehensive response to that consultation at the time. I know it's something that is still being actively considered, and there's also a private members bill, I believe, as well, that is being brought forward. Looking at, but it's clearly an area that we need to see kind of action on from national governments. And you're right in terms of I think. When we do hear, if you come across Airbnbs on your rounds and through casework, do continue to kind of report those through members' inquiries, and the council can follow up on those appropriately.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chair. Since 2011, Southwark has had a void disposal policy, which means obviously selling off more valuable properties as they become vacant. These often do tend to be in the north of the borough, where house prices and rents are higher, so there's more people prone to experiencing homelessness. The economics just don't seem to stack up now, though, do they? Because if we're hollowing out not only because we're hollowing out that social housing stock in areas where it's most needed, but also because the cost of building new homes means that the revenue that we're bringing in isn't actually allowing us to go and build those new homes. But it is also long term also pushing up rents for the private sector and being more forced to go into temporary accommodation potentially in the long run. So I suppose I'm interested in the point you spoke about, Helen, about does the mitigations that you've mentioned about increasing the percentage of voids used as temporary accommodation mark the end of that policy, particularly in areas of the borough?
Can I just add to that before you respond? I saw something, I think it was yesterday or the day before in the media, but I listed a number of councils that are actually selling off a lot of their council houses, not just voids, but selling off their properties because of the situation, as was mentioned earlier, that their HRAs are in dire need and are basically bankrupt. So I know we're not in that situation here, but obviously there's pressures nationwide. And I'm sure you're taking that into account too.
Yes, absolutely. So, we're not in that kind of fire sale position at all. And the point stands from earlier. We want to try and maximise our stock as much as possible. We have amended that 2011 policy on various occasions to kind of clarify the kind of the rules around that and when we will consider properties for disposal. So we've got a kind of very clear framework in place, which kind of talks through the criteria. Where we are listing properties for disposal, I'll hand over to Tim to talk a bit more about this, but there's quite a kind of in-depth process that they go through, the council, where the housing team will look at them, will make an assessment about how much it would cost to bring that property back into use. And of course, that's HRA resources. So, you know, if you're looking at a couple of £100,000, for example, to bring a property back into use, then we need to obviously weigh the kind of prioritisation around kind of retaining stock against the challenges in the housing revenue account at the moment. So those are all difficult decisions for sure. We're trying to kind of get the right balance and make the best kind of long-term decisions for the council, looking at both the general fund and the housing revenue account picture. I don't know, Tim, anything more about that, please?
I mean, there's a robust process in place to implement the policy. Every single property or asset that gets sold, there's a report that goes to Strategic Director of Resources with reasons for why the property is being disposed of. At the end of the day, we are disposing of some voids. It is a relatively small number. It's probably more than 10 fingers, but it's, you know, it's not a huge number, and it's delivering much needed resource into the housing revenue account. You know, we're in a position where the alternative to doing that is borrowing more, and the answer isn't to just keep borrowing more indefinitely. We have to take some more, you know, sensible long-term decisions that will protect the HRA into the future.
If I could just add to that, Councillor Chamberlain. So, as Councillor Dennis said, imagine a situation where we have a property that is going to cost us about £200,000 to renovate before we can let it. The maximum amount of rent we charge on our largest property is around £250 a week. So if we borrow the 200,000, we will not be able to pay, you know, that borrowing over the period of borrowing at all. So it means that we're throwing good money at back, in effect. On the other hand, though, we sell that property, you know, say we get £1 million from it, for example. That means that £1 million can build, you know, maybe up to 2 new properties to replace the one we're selling. So it can sound like a bad scheme, but it's actually a good scheme to have if the money is used judiciously, and I believe that we do use it judiciously.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Emmanuel, please.
Thanks. I'm happy to hear that it's finally being tackled and work is being done to resolve the issue. However, I want to ask, you said the landlord increased the rent. Do we have someone checking the property to see if the value that they put on it is valid? And if it's not, and we have paid some, is there any way to get our money back?
Rent is determined by the market, sadly. The only influence we have on landlords is the amount of incentive we pay them to be able to take people we refer to them. What they set as their rent is entirely up to them at this point.
Hold on, I think Helen wants.
Sorry, just add. So what we're putting in place at the moment is what the team are calling a dynamic purchasing system. So it's designed to try and make things kind of more efficient. So that instead of just, I suppose, spot purchasing, we will have up front a kind of registered kind of list of providers. And in order to go onto that list, they would need to kind of demonstrate in advance that they'll meet our good home standard for temporary accommodation, etc. So we're trying to kind of get ahead, if you like, of the system in that way. Probably all I can say in terms of the detail of how that will operate, but that's one of the ways in which we're trying to be more proactive in terms of the procurement.
I was thinking in terms of the landlord having 6 properties or 6 vacancies, and somebody actually going there to see if they're livable. Because some of the people that have come to my surgery, there's excrement on the walls and all sorts of things that they have to endure. Yet the landlord is getting a lot of money for it. So I just wanted to know whether in those cases you can sue the landlord for misrepresentation.
We do inspect properties before we refer people to them to make sure that the quality is right. Because we actually have a statutory obligation to make sure that the properties we're offering are suitable, and that suitability is defined in law to mean many things, including, you know, if it's fit for people to live in. So yes, we do checks before we do properties.
And do we do periodic checks to make sure that they keep up to that standard?
I mentioned earlier, for some types of accommodation, yes, we do, but not all types of accommodation.
Very much. Right, okay, we've come to the end of that session. I can see the deputy leaders burning to get in front of us. So I'd like to thank Councillor Dennis and Akeem, Tim, and if the deputy leader could grace us with her presence at the table, we'd be most gratified. So if you, yes, I'm sorry, we've got no time for chit chat. So if you'd just like to introduce yourselves, please, and then we can crack on.
My name is Councillor Jasmine Ali, Councillor for Rye Lane, Deputy Leader and Cabinet Lead for Children, Education and Refugees. Good to see you all.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Ainge and I'm Acting Strategic Director for Environment, Sustainability and Leisure.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Douglas. I'm Director of Stronger Neighbourhoods.
Thank you. Do you have a presentation or do you just want to take questions?
I do have a presentation. If it's
Very
all
short
right.
one, is it?
Yes, it's quite short.
All right, I'll give you 2 minutes. Yeah.
2 minutes. I don't know who's upset you, Ian, but tell me who it is and I'll go and have a word with them.
Possibly, I imagine anybody. Go.
Okay, are the presentation, someone loading it up? Yeah.
Yeah, it's gendered, supplemental gendered to 106. Yeah.
I'm going to do it. We get the paper that they've got. Oh, they've got this.
Okay.
Okay, colleagues, no recourse to public funds. I'm here because voices in this space. It won't surprise you. The Refugee Council, we're talking to the No Recourse to Public Fund Network, and of course, other local authorities. And the lobbying position is quite simple and it hasn't changed, even though we've had a change of government. And that is, you know, let's just scrap this nonsense. There doesn't seem to be historically an appetite for that. So therefore, the backup position, while we're still calling for that, is actually let's at least get the expenditure right. And we're aligning ourselves with the Local Government Association and obviously London councils to actually try and get some of the expenditure back, really. The other thing is that we're doing is a case audit, regular reviews to ensure eligibility. And I put here to prevent fraud, but actually there's a moral purpose to this, isn't there? Because if you think about it, the whole idea about having people in no recourse to public funds is that you can't access benefits. It's a condition of immigration legislation, and it puts people in no people's land. Do you know what I mean? No man's land. You end up with a situation whereby people are living, you know, in a situation not of their own choosing, and it's less than ideal is an understatement. So one of the things that we want to do, and we're monitoring that, is to make sure that no one's in this no man's land a minute later than they need to be. So, you know, I'm convinced that my team are all over this. The other point that we're doing, which came out of the audit and we're doing anyway, is a skills refresh, ongoing training for the No Recourse to Public Funds team on investigation technique in-house. Oh, I did want to say as well, all of these recommendations and the training and everything we're doing in-house. So it's not that I'm getting consultants in and losing money there. Out of borough placements, we're exploring cheaper housing options and better quality housing options as well, really. So we're looking at that, you know, the procurement efforts. Because obviously some of this is reliant on, you know, housing that would normally change. And we're improving systems and investing in data analytics and automated processes. I mean, one of the things I can say, and I'm not saying secret, you know, we've already heard we're looking at digital, you know, across the council to do things better. So this is no exception. We're hoping that automated servicing, digitalisation will get people away from their spreadsheets and, you know, basically more in line with the, people still say the 21st century, but anyway, I'm looking at Richard here. We're definitely, no, we're not, but we are looking at Richard, who's also got really good ideas around digitalisation, and that's what we want to do here. So I've tried to cover where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. I want to assure people that we're doing everything we can to control the budget, and I've got basically the other thing that I wanted to show is the Borough of Sanctuary work, which you've all seen. And one of the things I'm on the steering group of Borough of Sanctuary, and I'm very proud to be there. And I want you to know that this is will form part of our lobbying technique as well, because I fed it in and I didn't get any pushback from it. So watch that space.
Very much.
Do you want to add anything?
I'll perhaps just add one thing to that less than ideal situation that people with no recourse are trapped in, and that is that some of this is a feature of the speed of Home Office decision making. So in over 80% of the cases, the resolution of that case is a change of condition or granting of yet that very often takes several years to do so. So it's very slow decision making that contributes, leaving people in destitution for an extended period of time and giving us that duty to provide.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for keeping to 2 minutes. I've got before we bring Councillor Von Visa in, just on the numbers and the cases. How does that compare with other in London? I thought.
Yeah, I think really. In this part of South London, they're all quite high. I'm in regular contact with Lambeth, but it is true to say that we have the third highest amount of refugees in the whole of London. And we have a population which we're very proud of, the diversity. You know, you'll remember that I told you and I reported in my borough sanctuary framework that 40% of people that live in our amazing borough don't come from the UK, which makes us one of the most diverse boroughs, you know, in the country, if not the planet. So, you know, I would say it's no accident that when you're looking at no recourse to public funds, you know, people shouldn't be raising eyebrows that our numbers might be higher than everyone else's. But that doesn't mean to say that we're not working closely with Lambeth. We're going to open our, you know, we're looking for consortium arrangements really, so that we can work together to try and get in front of something which is pretty hard to control.
Thank you. Councillor Von Wiese.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ali. I have to say, I think it would be difficult for any of our residents who may be listening in to understand how we are spending public funds on something called no resource to public funds. And yes, of course, I completely agree that this whole system ought to be scrapped. Yes. But it isn't. And now that we've a change in central government, I wonder what your position is and how much you have any leverage to lobby. Firstly, we passed the Stop the Ban motion in July 2023, which was calling for right to work after 6 months and not restricted just to the immigration salary list. Where are we on this? And is there any hope that this will happen? Secondly, if we do need to continue with this scheme for the foreseeable future, can we at least lobby the government to do something about the so-called immigration salary list, which to my knowledge does not even include jobs like nurses and doctors, which we urgently need? Thank you.
Councillor Von Wiese, thank you so much for your question. And, you know, I think that, yes, I mean, obviously, on the lobbying point, when you have, you know, basically the third highest amount of refugees in the country, I think that gives us a license, you know, to be able to, you know, basically push on all the lobbying fronts. And I want to assure you that that's exactly what we've been doing. I mean, we launched our borough sanctuary just as we had the new administration, and as we were celebrating that, you know, thank goodness we've got a new government. We were also celebrating the Southwark sanctuary framework, the borough sanctuary status. Within that, you know, you can see in the publication that we launched also a public affairs approach, which has been celebrated by, you know, all quarters really. And we invited, you know, the Home Secretary down, you know, to visit, to come and have a look around. So we got that letter straight out. We also made recommendations about, you know, how we could do this, you know, better and for more money. So, you know, it's full steam ahead really. We basically now, you know, we're regrouping and looking at the no recourse public funds to try and get, you know, we've already had the asks around borough sanctuary, but on no recourse public funds in particular. I don't know if my public affairs person's here, Anna Reid, we're getting that right. We want to get the asks right, but, you know, you don't have to worry. We're at the forefront of lobbying on all of these issues, really, on behalf of our residents, all our residents. Brought my own pamphlet.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thanks, Chair. I just had two questions. The first is on the need to secure accommodation through this. Is there any issue with having to compete with the securing of TA? How do you work with those teams? Are you needing to compete for the same pool of accommodation? How does that work? Do you want to ask that, or shall I ask my other question? The other question, so the key recommendations are slightly different from the what are we doing? They're sort of pretty similar. They're not exactly the same. And you referenced the recommendation on the embedded officer for the Home Office, which the council, was a position the council had that was abolished a few years ago. Because it is now something that the service review has recommended. I take it that is the view of officers, or at least of the ones who conducted the review, that it was a mistake to abolish that position. But I don't know if that is necessarily the view of Southwark's leadership, so I'd be interested to know, you know, what in terms of what we're actually doing, what our view is on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. You know, the eagle eye. I didn't not mention it on purpose. It's just basically I was trying to get through the slides. So
you did mention it.
Oh, no, what? Sorry, I didn't mention what we were going to do about that. So, right, I'll take it from the top and then I will bring in officers because, as you mentioned, on the accommodation, it's always a case, isn't it? You know, if you need accommodation, you know, then the pool is on, we haven't got enough accommodation, you know how it goes. Temporary accommodation, obviously very difficult. I mean, there's a big reliance on that, and obviously there will be a competition element, you know, but one of the things that I want to do is to basically get our arms around this, have procurement, because it's not just about the competition element, it's the fact that, you know, when you're pulling on TA, it's not always adequate. And so the turnover of this is that there's usually 2 years people have to spend in this terrible system. Sometimes it exceeds that, you know, and we've got one case that's been in there for 16 years. But obviously, it's incumbent on us. You know, we're looking at the quality, the price, but actually, you know, we want to look at the quality as well. And this is one thing whereby the two converge. They're not mutually exclusive. You can actually get qualitatively better accommodation by going further afield and getting out of the, you know, the competition element is my view. So, you know, we're working hard on that. On the bit about the embedded officer, yes, we had a light touch review, then we're going to have a deep dive. But in that, you know, we're basically, you wouldn't be surprised to see that come up because we did it before. However, one of the things that I did, I was looking at all the statistics, and when it first stopped, I didn't see any weird, you know, funny things going on with graphs, no steep climbs, no steep declines. So I wasn't too worried about that. But obviously, I raised it with people, and I indeed, because, you know, we don't act unilaterally. We're part of the Borough of Sanctuary. I'm on the steering group. You know, I've spoken to people about it, and there does not seem to be a mad trend. Or sorry, get the vocabulary right. There doesn't seem to be a frenzied trend to move back to this kind of embedded officer. So I'm not too fussed about that. I feel, you know, with the automation, with the procurement, you know, I think we've got enough to try and get our arms around this without, you know, going back to the future. Can I bring in the officers as well? It's only right because you mentioned it.
Perhaps just make 2 comments. One on that embedded officer, which is what that we considered that is an option. And the second comment I'd make is on the accommodation point, which is that payment of accommodation is done through the housing team, so it's the same team. Yes, it is a pressure, as you heard earlier, but it's done through the same team. Some of it is accommodation very high levels, which can be expensive. There's a picture in here that's the care costs. Limitations to support. So,
Thank you. I was just going to raise the issue of the embedded officer, but which Councillor Foster has, but it is nevertheless listed as a key recommendation. So I haven't really grasped from what you've said. Is there a key recommendation to bring that embedded officer back, or is the key recommendation to explore the pros and cons? I mean, what is the key recommendation that is encapsulated in that final bullet point?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should have spent a bit longer on the slides. What I wanted to show is that there were recommendations from the light touch review, and then there was a slide saying the things that we're getting on with. So basically, on the slide, things that we're getting on with most of what's been recommended. But at the time, you know, at this time, there are no plans to bring the embedded officer in, because I think we're doing quite enough, really, in order to get our arms around it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Is that clear? Is that clear?
Yeah, Councillor Emmanuel, thank you.
Use the little fund. If they've got no cost to refund, how can they have a embedded officer? Anyway, the question I want to ask is...
I see.
The question I want to ask is, why don't we have a negotiator from the council, somebody negotiating on their behalf or putting the case forward to the Home Office instead of getting an embedded officer?
Can come in on that. We do a lot of that. The process has still taken a long time. The principle behind that embedded officer when we had them was it was somebody who sat in the Home Office who had more ways in than we do. But we do spend a lot of time trying to encourage and share information with the Home Office to speed up decision making cases. Get traction on that is very difficult.
You, Amy.
Thank you. But it says on the what we're doing page, you're exploring out of borough placements. Now we've discussed this in the last session. I think there was a feeling that we were uncomfortable with sending people who are already vulnerable outside London. But I can understand why the cost pressures feel that encourage us to explore that. So can you give a bit more detail on what we're exploring and how far we might go, where the picture is, and again, what we understand the impact will be on these sorts of vulnerable people?
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Richard. I mean, it seems strange, really. I mean, I remember those kind of discussions, but fast forward on, and we've got basically a situation whereby, you know, we've lost 35% of families through their own volition, really, moving out of. Moving out of someone contradicting me on watching YouTube. Okay, the thing is, right, we've got a situation whereby people are moving out of London. Look, the thing is, if you are living in accommodation which is not right, you know, for you, and you have at least an option. Do you know what I mean? You can at least have an option of having qualitatively better accommodation. And it is right to say, there's no two ways about it, it could be cheaper outside of London. Then you have an option. I'm not saying, you know, we're going to procure, you know, the amount of accommodation the size of Milton Keynes or a new small town. I'm just saying, you know, to get some accommodation which is qualitatively better than temporary accommodation, which might be better for people to thrive in, you know, while they're waiting, you know, for a decision on their, you know, status. So really, you know, just having that option really, and I think it's a right and proper thing to do. Now, where are we going? That second part of your question. We're looking at procurement. We're having the discussion with housing team, you know, and looking at working that up.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And that's it. Thank you for coming today. Hope you didn't find it too grueling. No, thanks for the musical accompaniment.
Thank you very much for your time, everyone. And thank you all for the work that you're doing, adding value to our council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, without further ado, can we move on to the contact centre, please? Councillor Cryan and the relevant officers, please come up to the table. For those of you who have not been before the committee today, could you just introduce yourselves?
Dominic Payne, Director, Customer and Exchequer.
Thank you very much. Do you have a presentation or?
We do, but it's very short. It's only really one pager, so I can briefly go through that.
That's a wonderful.
I know it's going to be well.
Please give it.
So the reason we're bringing the contact centre to this scrutiny is where we are looking at where there are overspends and pressures on the budget. There is pressure on the contact centre. I would albeit say that it is a lot less than TA, no recourse to public fund, but it's really important for the committee to sort of look at where we have got those pressures around that. And there's reason for those pressures around it. So the first one is that, you know, the main pressure we see are the continued high volumes of calls in the contact centre. I think we did touch on this quite a bit with the recent interview came to ask around customer relationship management as well. So, and nothing really has changed since then. But the two areas where we continue to get the highest volume of calls are in housing services, in repairs and housing solutions, which I don't think will be a surprise to any people around that. So in terms of that, we've had to look at additional support and that in turn increases costs around that. There still remains pressures associated with repairs and calls. That is going down. So, where people are chasing up a repair or right first time, we are seeing an improvement in that, but it still does add some pressure onto service. And at this point, we continue to see pressures. The demand on the contact centre in terms of housing repairs and maintenance is always higher than in months due to not just community heating, but individual boilers, frozen pipes, those types of things that happen when you have very cold weather. And then the other additional pressure we're seeing on it is the analogue to digital programme rollout. So those of you know, the analogue is being rolled out. The government has extended it till the end of this year, 2025. There is a rollout into digital. That does impact on the smart service users. Smart are those pendants that older people wear. So if they have a fall or at risk of fall, they press that pendant and it goes directly through to the call centre service. Many people's phone lines, older people's phone lines, are still on analogue. It's about actually upgrading around that for digital. So that has created some additional revenues. We did budget for some of it, but as if everything, it is an additional pressure within the contact centre. We're also, which isn't on here, we used to do the out-of-hour service for Royal Borough of Chelsea. They've withdrawn from that, so we've got a loss of income coming in from that. And in terms of the service we provide to Lambeth, we're renegotiating that to make sure we get full cost recovery around that, but that has had an impact on some of those pressures as well. So in terms of mitigating actions, what we want to do is we're looking at staff and attrition levels. It is a service where we do lose staff. The fact it's now based in Tooley Street doesn't help because a lot of people, it's the fares travelling into Zone 1. So we're moving them back into Bournemouth Road. So as part of that Bournemouth Road refurbishment that Councillor Dennis mentioned in respect of the Home Housing Solutions Service, we're also looking to move the contact centre there. Many of our contact centre staff are residents of the borough, so actually it will reduce those travel costs and hopefully help with attrition around that. And also when we have greater attrition levels, it means we're more equipped to do training and development with the teams there as well. The staff smart services currently being reviewed with adult social care. We're looking around that and looking at how we restructure that to reduce the cost. And I think what we did bring to you over in Scrutiny just before Christmas was the customer experience. We said we're going to refresh the customer experience strategy. We're in the process of starting that. That's coming to cabinet in some sort of early summer around that, and we're looking at an action plan for end-to-end transformation within that service to help reduce costs as well. But at the moment, I think that the main issue is around those high volumes of calls, especially around housing solutions and housing repairs and the callbacks. But we are seeing that reduce down, but that's what's causing the pressure. So I think we've got around.
Yeah, equates to about 600.
Yeah, £600 on overspend. So in the big scheme of overspend, in pounds, it's not a lot, but I think it's really important to look at. We want to show you where the emerging pressures are around that as well. So that's really my short presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Foster.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one. You might touch on this. Could you spell out how it is that the high volumes of calls creates additional cost pressures? It says there's a requirement for additional support, but why does it lead to high costs? Do you have to take more staff on a temporary basis or things like that?
That, and also what we made the decision to do is when we were trying to get through to some of the contractors, especially around district heating and things like that, we were deciding to come. Residents were hanging on the phone, so we took the decision not to keep residents hanging on the phone to get through to them. We would call them back, and it's that additional resource around the callback that's also adding to the pressures around it. It's the right thing to do from a resident perspective. You don't want residents hanging on the phone forever waiting for somebody to get back to them with an answer. We can say to them, we'll call you back. It's much better in that respect, but it does come with additional cost pressures around it as well. And yeah, as I say, in winter months, we always every winter we see additional pressures. So we have to bring in additional staff. Sometimes that is on a temporary basis because we don't need them in the summer. So that again, it is on that does increase the cost.
Very quick one. Thanks for that. The other question is what is the element here that was unexpected, I guess, that we didn't budget for? Because many of these pressures kind of exist also, but is it that we had budgeted for a reduction in calls that we didn't see? Is it that calls increased much more than we expected? That kind of thing.
Thank you. So I think there's still a degree of avoidable contact that's coming into the contact centre. So where we see repeat callers, we're not necessarily budgeted for that. So the additional resources, as Councillor Cryan was saying, those additional resources help schedule repairs, operatives to deal with the repairs. So some of that we just can't budget for. So repeat contacts, particularly in the winter, tend to increase pressure within the contact centre. So those things really are difficult for us. We can look at previous years, we can look at volumes coming through, but in terms of additional volumes, it's largely due to avoidable contact.
Why can't we do that?
Well, we can at the point where we have sufficient information to understand what the pressures are within the service. The contact centre ultimately is the front end that is dealing with the volume of calls that are coming through due to whatever's happening in the back office. So we work closely with the back office. We'll look at you spoke about end-to-end transformation. This is an ongoing process of improving some of the issues that we have across repairs. So in terms of budgeting, yes, we can look at it year to year, but things do change. So there are improvements that are coming this year that resulted in less spend. So last year we put in an additional £300,000 worth of resourcing just to meet the pressure. We haven't done that this year. Still answering calls within 5 minutes. 70% within 5 minutes. The stats for last week were exactly that. But there are issues that we work with the service to try to address that do result in additional.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Yeah, and in some respects, this item is quite pivotal, really, because it's the lens by which we're witnessing lots of the things and themes we've already talked about this morning. So it's all related, isn't it? Because the issues that we've had outlined in relation to the HRA, the repairs and the maintenance pressures on our housing estate is driving calls and traffic into the call centre. The issues about the contact centre's ability to identify, allocate jobs and respond in a timely way and do the correct allocations for the work is then making repeat journeys necessary, because often the complaint is that they call the call centre, they report the fault, it doesn't get allocated or registered in the right way, and therefore the person that comes out to do the job hasn't got what they need, and it all starts over again. Or it's a callback because it's more complex and that person isn't able to address it there and then. So fundamentally, the work that you're planning to do for the customer experience strategy for June of this year, and overlaying that with the EQII assessment and that midpoint in the year to see where we ended up. We finished 24-25 in terms of actual spend is really, really important. So although it's a small item, its significance is quite major, I would argue. And I think over and above the work we've already done to scrutinise the customer experience, it's something that needs to come back, because unless we fix this end of it, whatever you do in the various departments with bigger amounts of money will be limited, because the gateway and the front end and the interface with the council, if that's not working the way it needs to be, you're going to mitigate all the wins and all the transformation you've tried to do in departments. So I just wanted to flag that up and ask whether you concurred with that assessment, and that's in that some respect is why you brought it here, and that even though the budget's relatively small, the percentage overspend is a bit of a red flag.
Yeah, I suppose the reason we brought it here is obviously what you upfront and totally transparent about where we are seeing cost pressures. But it's really important. I don't think it's something we've brought to this committee before as part of the budget process, and it's really about looking at in-year pressures as well as sort of future budget decisions that we're thinking of making. And you're right, actually, this should be the front end of the service, but also often it isn't, because it's chasing up things that are down the line within that process around it as well. I think it's really fair to say we've got a customer experience strategy which ends this year, but like everything, and I think I'm going to come back to digital and innovation and all of that, the strategy we had then was very static, and the strategy we want to have needs to be one that expand like the digital strategy does, that adapts to meet needs as things go on, because there are lots of advances in technology that could help support the way that residents get in touch with us. So like having the right sort of responsive telephony system, looking at how you shift people who can go online, around that, things like chatbots, all of those types of things weren't in the existing strategy. And these are the things we need to look at and bring out, so that if somebody needs to contact the council, they can contact us in the way that is best for them. And we don't quite have that at the moment, and that's part of what we're doing, and we're linking it in with that digital strategy around it. But you're absolutely right, Catherine, because to actually the pressures that we're seeing, for example, housing solutions, that's one of the bigger pressures we're looking at. We're consulting, we're going out to the housing allocations later on this year. We're looking at the homelessness solutions, and all of those things will feed into it. So you're right, it's a smaller budget, but the impact it has on the organisation is big, because it is the gateway into so many different departments around that. So we're looking at what we can do to make sure it's more responsive. It doesn't necessarily need to mean that everyone calls us. Some people, as I said, that people can get in touch with us the way we want to be in touch with us. There are things I think that those who can go online, we should be bringing online. I'm the sort of person that if I can do it on my phone, on a mobile, I'll do it on there rather than calling up. But I understand that for a lot of people and people with digitally excluded, we need a really good phone service as well for them. But so, too often that phone service for people who need it the most is being log jammed by sort of those repeat calls.
Yeah,
and seeing, yeah.
Just to conclude, I think there's actually an element of underreporting. So we've got high volumes of calls, but there's a lot of other people that just don't use the service at all because they just had negative experience and the response rate is too slow. But we'll see how it pans out when you look into it.
Thank you, Councillor Newns.
I was going to raise very similar issues, which kind of been addressed, but really also specifically, in my experience, residents seem to often spend an awful lot of time trying to chase up on things that have been promised and not delivered. And can't help thinking also that one of the reasons why the demand for the call centre is higher than perhaps it ought to be is precisely that problem. And I don't know, and obviously a lot of what Councillor Rosen said is sort of trying to this point, but I don't know sort of what you can do to look at the efficiency across the board and make sure that, when an issue is reported and then there is, and it extends all the way down the line. So I've got situations where somebody's reported a problem with their windows, and there'll be someone will come and have a look at it, and then they'll go away and nothing happens, and then they'll send someone else to have a look at it, and it's that whole thing which really features here as well. If you get it right first time, if the action taken first time is as it should be, then we will actually also end up substantially reducing our costs and our and not to mention the level of frustration which obviously our residents experience, but inevitably also our staff must experience.
And yeah, and I think that's where the customer experience strategy we're looking at will plan to do that. I suppose it's really very important to say that the people, staff who work in the contact centre are there to answer the initial call. That is then fed down the line. If it falls down the line, then obviously the staff in the contact centre are picking it up again. So the actual not delivering on whatever it is not always a contact centre, but it increases the performance on it. And so that's what we're looking at, is and where are those lockdowns and where is it happening around that, and what we put in place to do that. We've always started a bit. So, for example, the housing repairs bit where we were looking at repeat contact on housing repairs, the percentage is going down. It is going down on that as repairs improvement plan is being embedded and rolled out. We are seeing it, but at the same time, we're still seeing those pressures. Because pressures, as Dom said, this year aren't as large, so we're not putting more money into the service that into pressures like we had to do last year. We are seeing it go down, but it's still not where it should be. So having that strategy which looks at multi that people contact the way they want to contact the best, but making sure that those who do phone get the best service. But also if you're reporting it online, but you get the same service as someone who reports it by phone as well. It's looking at all of that, and how do you start to use nice new shiny things to help deliver that as well on it. So there's a lot of work we're doing. We're going out on that. We're working on that customer experience strategy at the moment. It is coming back in 5 months' time, so there's a bit of time to work on that. And like the digital strategy, and again, if it's something that I'm offering you up loads of stuff on that today. But again, if it's something you want to look at here or another scrutiny commission, we're more than happy to bring that as well.
Well, just 30 seconds.
That's impossible. But thank you, Chair. I want to thank and colleagues for the presentation. I think the point made by Councillor Rose is spot on. This is akin to bin collection, keeping roads clean and so on. It is definitely frontline, and this is where many of our constituents judge the quality of service being delivered by the council. I've been sitting there all day and I've been really admiring my colleagues here. So it's been fantastic. But what I want to do before the service, is that right? That's right. Yep. Okay. Now, I accept that as being I'm going to use the word efficiency. Efficiency. Okay. Use that as an efficiency. But then you go on to say in this year's report, and this would make sure I've understood what you've said here, under 20. Page 14, high volumes of calls received by 2 key housing services repairs and housing solutions, which was the case last year, of course. So this is not new. And then you've gone to say the associated volume of calls for repairs requirement of additional support. So you took the support out last year, but now you want to reinstate it this year. They would understand the rationale for those series of actions. Then secondly, my second question really has to do with, I've got it right here, on the buts. Funding for callback remain until such time the volume of repairs outstanding reduces. Okay. Now, I think my colleague here is trying to understand, well, you must by now, because we've managed one of the largest housing portfolios in the country for some time, what the pattern is. And maybe you could tell us, what is the current pattern? What are you anticipating for this year? And what are you actually recommending under the but? Yeah. What are you actually recommending? And therefore we'll consider later on in our recommendation to the council.
Thank you for the questions. So in terms of the overspend that we're currently projecting, that takes account of some additional staff that's already in the contact centre to manage the volumes of calls that we're seeing. So as Councillor Cryan said, particularly around avoidable contact, we've got additional resources helping to deal with the current volumes that we're seeing across recent months and coming months as well. So that takes account of the projected overspend. We're not projecting anything in addition to what we've currently put forward with the existing additional staffing that's in the contact centre. In terms of any previous saving, that would have been embedded in the budget for some time, would have been related to digital transformation on a specific project area. The pressures, as I've said, last year, we were seeing call answer rates at over 20 to 30 minutes. We basically committed to try to improve that, which we have done. But those pressures continue as it is. So we've made a decision as a council that we're wanting to reduce performance across the contact centre, which causes additional problems for people having to wait on a call for considerable amounts of time. Or we as it currently stands, continue to accrue projected overspend. Now, in terms of digital transformation that we've talked around, working with the housing department to improve end-to-end service provision. We're currently doing that. We won't see the benefits of that for several months, but I sit on the Housing Improvement Board with housing colleagues to ensure that we're joined up in addressing some of those issues.
Yes. You're testing me, aren't you?
Give me just 1 minute in that case. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that response. It's helped, but it doesn't quite clarify the situation, as I'm sure you realise. I understand the need for efficiencies, but it's got to be a genuine efficiency, not one that you take money out this year, but then find you have to reinstate it in some other form the following year, which is what I think has been alluded to, forgive me, if I'm interpreting what you're correctly saying. And that it does present some challenges for other lines in the last year's budget when I compare to this year's budget. And I'm sure you as officers are doing that analysis anyway in terms of actual performance, and value for money. And I respect the fact, Chair, that there are no figures being presented here in this paper. I respect that. But it doesn't help us to clarify whether or not the service is actually moving forward, or the pace of change is what we would expect. So my question is this. On this paper, you've described the increasing pressures which are not going down, but you haven't described how you're going to improve the relationship between yourself and the housing department to reduce those repeat calls, which have been a feature of the housing department, I think, for the past, chairs here, for some time. So can you just tell us what will change between this year and next year? And are you going to recommend any recommendation this committee might make to help you to achieve that outcome?
Thank you. So as I said before, we're working closely with the housing department to ensure that we embed service improvements. That end-to-end transformation is not simple, it's not straightforward. It comes down to a number of things, including contractors that we've got in place to address and deal with housing repairs issues, and ensuring that we've got sufficient resources to address those needs. So I haven't got an answer for you here today, what that's the amount that's going to deliver, but we're already seeing improvements across the contact centre and reduction in cost with that as well. So in terms of the total overspend, that's reduced from this point last year, and we're continuing to see improvements. As I said, we haven't deployed additional winter resource this year, which in effect is restricting the amount of spend that there has been in that budget area.
I think what would be useful though, if you could provide some sort of figures to this, because obviously we haven't seen them, and it'd be good if you could actually get that to us tomorrow, before we have our meeting in the evening at 7 o'clock, because I think we need something to work off in relation to the points the councillor Seaton has raised. If you could do that, please. Thank you.
We'll get that to you as soon as possible to give you enough time to look at it before your meeting tomorrow.
I won't put you under too much pressure, but tomorrow will be fine.
We've got the figures, we're coordinating them for you, and that's we can get that.
Okay, great. Right, okay, that's finished that section. Thank you very much. All on King to come to the table, please. And the King, well, very much.
We HRO have done all this.
Last day.
Oh, there's embedded in the budget. It wasn't obvious in terms of being made. Agenda.
Okay, so everybody's been here before except for Councillor Sarah King, the cabinet member for Council Holmes, who I've just introduced. So there's no need to introduce yourselves. Does anybody wish to make a presentation, or are we going straight into questions?
I'll have it in a bit.
Yes, that's fine. Yep, far away.
Give you one more question later.
Okay.
Could we clarify which? Oh, it's 5. It's number 5.
Number 5. Supplemental agenda number 5.
Oh yeah.
I can do it sometime.
Think.
Okay, my way. Who's doing this?
Yes.
Yeah, we should.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Right.
So we just skip over the first substantive slide, please. Thank you. Sorry about that noise. That's my microphone. That's all clear. So So this is a quick summary here of the housing revenue account budget forecast position, and you would have seen something very similar to this slide at the meeting on the 8th of January, and it really just highlights the forecast for the current year of the HRA, which is £8 million overspend, and some of the key headlines from the recovery plan, which I think you're familiar with. There are then, if we can move on to the next slide, a couple of slides that follow, really just illustrating in a reasonably simple way what the money is spent on within the housing revenue account. And I think, to be honest, the slide is fairly self-explanatory. And then the following slide, again, reasonably self-explanatory, illustrates the income. I think the key thing there really is that the vast majority of that income, unfortunately, we didn't size these balloons relative to the numbers, which was, in retrospect, very unhelpful. We'll make them the right size in future. But that top right-hand one there, the tenants' rents, clearly making up the lion's share of income into the HRA, although obviously significant contributions coming in there from homeowner service charges and some of the other income lines as well. So that's just a couple of slides, really just to give you a bit of context to frame your questions within. And then the final slide here, just a summary of the housing investment programme, showing you our plan over the next 10 years and how we intend to finance that. A number of headlines there. This slide wasn't in the 8th of January pack, so I'll just go into a little more detail here. But the headlines here, the programme is about 1.28 billion over the next 10 years. And that is all the stuff that we think we can afford to do. So there are other things that we may have talked about in the past that we would still like to do, and there are lists of things we would like to do, but the 1.28 billion is what we think we can manage to afford over the next 10 years. And of that 1.28 billion, 78 billion of that expenditure relates to investment in existing council homes. Third bullet there, still need to borrow about £429 million to deliver the existing committed new build programme. And there's a chart at the bottom left of this slide here, which is important. The numbers are incredibly small there, but what you're seeing effectively is that between January 2022 and January 2025, the rate at which we borrowed from the PWLB, which is the Public Works Loans Board, part of the government's debt management office, the rate has gone up from about 1.7% to about 5.7%. So huge increase for us, bearing in mind that, like most social landlords, including housing associations, we borrow effectively interest only. So when our interest payments go up, our borrowing goes up by a significant, or our borrowing costs go up by a significant account. It's not like a mortgage payment where when interest rates go up, your capital repayment remains the same and the interest proportion goes up. For us, all we are paying is the interest. So if our interest has gone up by 3 times, it means the amount that we need to pay for our borrowing has gone up by 3 times. So that's part of the reason it is particularly difficult at this point to continue to live at new homes at the pace that we have been doing in the past. Fourth bullet point there has disappeared from the screen. There at the moment, I'm sure it will reappear in it.
Let's just crack on.
Probably going to hear. So the fourth bullet point on the screen was going to say, basically, in terms of our capital programme, 24-25 is much improved versus 23-24. One of the key indicators on that, in terms of control over spend, is that last year we had to borrow exceptionally about £59 million to fund investment in existing homes. This year, we think that borrowing is likely to be very close to nil, so significantly better control over expenditure on that in the current year. And then finally, a point that we touched on earlier in the meeting, really, but we have disposed of a small number of voids in order to help keep borrowing costs down. So that's just a summary and some context there to
Yeah, I was just going to add one small thing, which is that I'm really conscious that at the last overview and scrutiny meeting I attended, possibly the one before that as well, but also this morning when you were asking questions to the leader, questions were asked about how we deliver on regulatory announcement within the context of the HRA budget recovery. That was why I was so keen to have this slide up in this section of the meeting, which is setting out the significance of the 10-year build, the 10-year housing investment programme, and in particular the 7 to 8 million that we will be investing in existing properties, of which that work is being closely aligned to what we need to do in the space of health and safety, building safety, and fire safety.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions? Chamberlain?
Thank you. We've been over the HRA many times, so a lot of the questions are fully answered, but I suppose some technical ones then. The forecast over the programme is 550 million pounds on new build and acquisitions. How many homes does that represent in terms? You mentioned the disposals, Tim. I do think though that you mentioned earlier there was a programme and a process with disposal of them, but for a lot of communities that doesn't seem to be very visible, or no clarity about when and where voids are going to be disposed of. And I think that's something that I'd like you to comment on, whether or not that's an area you would take away to work on, to make sure there's a bit more certainty for residents about when they can expect council homes to be sold off. And then finally, I just wanted to ask about the Public Works Loan Board borrowing rate. Clearly, that's a major issue in terms of getting us out of this situation. But what lobbying are we doing on that, particularly to make the case that actually we could be, if the government were to look at changing the rate of interest, we could absolutely be doing what the government in here and across the country to tackle the housing crisis.
I'll start on the voids one because it sits with me. Well, so it's first and acquisitions. I mean, my portfolio, because it's not just housing stock, it's all capital stock around that. So that policy sort of relates to everything. I think, we are in a situation where I think, as Tim and Councillor Dennis have said, these are long-standing void properties. They're not properties on the state that people live in, or we can bring them up to that. They are costing a lot of money in a time where actually if we didn't sell them, they would still be empty and feeding everybody for a long time longer and more. So that's the work we're doing, and it's not able to do that. I absolutely appreciate the point you're saying about the community, because I do know, people see an empty home and they'll say, what's around it. So we'll pick up a bit about what can we do around it as well. We have, I will pick up though, they are not just we are disposing of empty properties across the borough around that as well. We are seeing it's becoming more and more prominent. We are doing it in a very small amount because we've worked out how much we need to get from void properties around it. So we've got a very small programme over 2 years to roll it out. Seeing some local authorities saying that they're going to be selling 1,200 homes off. That's not where we are. It really isn't where we are. These are long-standing, tricky ones like things like rising damp subsidence, where actually to actually really bring them up to standard would cost more money than we would rather. To be honest with you, when you're looking at the work we need to do around fire safety, building safety, and that money does need to go into those existing stock as well. And in terms of the communication, we'll have to think about that as well. And in terms of the borrowing rate, it's am I right to think it's dictated by gilts? And gilts have got it's dictated by government borrowing stocks, so loan stocks are gilts, and the price of gilts has gone up significantly in January. It's starting to go down again now. So if you look at that graph, it's just basically saying from January to January over a 3-year period. Gilt yield rates and the cost of gilts this month has been particularly high. We are starting to see it going down a little bit, but that's what's driving up the borrowing. So it's actually based on government loan stock around that. So as much as we could lobby the government, it basically depends on markets and what the market rates and where the gilt rates are. So there's very little we can do within that. All we can do is look at those rates and decide when it is the best time for us to enter it around it, and keep a watching eye, which I know Tim and the team do. It's not going to get anywhere near to where it was in 2022 at the moment, but it's really sort of looking at optimum of actually going in and getting that borrowing at that time around that, because those rates do change on a daily basis. That's a sort of bit of a technical thing that does make sense.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Chair, there was a technical question about the 550 million.
Yeah, I'm handing that over to those guys.
I think because of the fluctuations in build cost prices and so forth, I think it would be better to work this on the basis that the council set a target for new build, and the budget we've currently got is aimed at delivering that target, which is 1,000 new homes. The period escapes me now, but because I'm reluctant to say, you know, an exact number of homes will be delivered from the 550 because the cost of building varies significantly and the cost of borrowing does vary.
But we must, I mean, to get assurance as a committee, we must have some idea that that £550 million is a worthwhile investment, and there must be an envelope of homes that, you know, the sort of size that you think it could potentially deliver.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, so I mean, it would be helpful to pull the information together in a way that it's not actually put together in the January cabinet report. Point you to. So the January cabinet report, capital monitoring report, will detail that borrowing requirement down to probably the individual home programs. So that number does relate to a specific number of homes, which we haven't published in that report, but we could go away and find what that number of homes is. And we do believe, with the information that we have at this time, that is the number of homes that is deliverable. As Hakeem says, you know, changes in our ability to finance things could influence that total number in the future. But at the moment, our best estimate is X number, which we will circulate afterwards.
And I suppose the reason I'm asking that question is you know, what then is the proportion of people we're going to be taking off the housing waiting list? Because that bluntly is what we need to do to get the HRA back in a good place, isn't it? So I suppose it's how you know, what's the cost benefit analysis of that investment really? I'd be interested to know as a committee.
I mean, the reality is we cannot build enough homes to get us out of this fix. And secondly, every new build, you know, will address people in temporary accommodation needs. It would also address those who are in council accommodation that are either under-occupying or overcrowded. You know, so it's not a straightforward, you know, we build, you know, 1,000 homes, we reduce TA need by 1,000. Because the third element of that is, you know, demand is rising anyway. You know, so we were talking in the earlier session about prevention. You know, so there's a lot to do, you know, to make sure that people don't join that queue, because the more people that join that queue, you know, the less effective the new build scheme is.
Appendix C2 in your pack, so I don't know which page that is, but Appendix C2 is the particular appendix to the cabinet report which actually lists the individual programs with HRA. That requirement, so the borrower will support. It doesn't include the number of homes for each development, but that is something we can.
It's on supplemental agenda 2. Right, Councillor Rose.
Yeah, well, a related point to Councillor Chamberlain's initial analysis. I just wanted to look at the profile between 24, 25 through to 29 and 30, and the ratios and between asset management and new build and acquisitions, and how that fluctuates and changes during that time period. So whether or not it's a consequence of increase in the public borrowing rate that's shown in the development link, and the knock-on effect is that everything we were committed to and we could borrow at a lower level is still coming through the pipeline in 24, 25 and 25, 26, but then the profile alters significantly from 26 onwards, and then begins to have a little uplift and looks a little bit stronger by 29, 30, but it's still some way short from the 24, 25 levels and the levels previous to that. Just wanted to understand that. And then conversely, you can see the relation, the asset management profiles increasing, keeping steady, dipping a bit. And then, am I right to understand that the 254991 out of the 728, that's all profile to be in that year? Or when you say 30 plus, do you mean is that until 35, but you put it in that column to show us? Because the main point would be our ability in 4 years' time to deliver something of that scale that's many times the current asset management profile. So I just wanted to understand that. And then if it's related to it, could you explain SERA as a form of financing, and the way that is at one level the profile is quite consistent and then it suddenly increases, and is that linked to the 254 above? So those are my questions.
So around that top half of that chart there, the program spend. So to explain how that's working, first on the asset management, the assumptions made there within the programme are that for the next few years, we have a particularly significant expenditure off the back of Fire Safety, Building Safety Acts of 2020 and 21, and recommendations that come from the regulator. So we're anticipating higher than what we would consider baseline spend for the next 3 or 4 years. So that's why we see 100,000 plus in 25, 6, 7, and 7, 8. From 28, 9 onwards, it drops down to what we anticipate will be a more sustainable level of investment in the homes, given the huge amount of funding that will be going in over the next few years. So that 80,000 in 28, 29 will then be uplifted every year by inflation, which is why we have that 254 figure for 29, 30 plus, which will simply be that number divided by 80 is the number of years remaining. It probably is the next 5 years or something like that with some inflation in there. So yes, we're not spending that much year. It will continue on a little over 80 every year, and it will increase by our assumptions for CPI. So that's the explanation for asset management. The new build, that simply reflects anticipated expenditure on the current committed programme, which is as listed in that appendix. So that is the profile of spend that we'll see. So most of it over the next few years, the next couple of years, and then it reduces down significantly. That could vary depending on what financing looks like in future years. If interest rates come down significantly, then it may be that we come to a point where we can start to borrow significant amounts again to continue house building. At the moment, that's not likely in the next few years probably. So we're not planning on it happening within this particular forecast. And then CERA, the acronym escapes me. It's revenue contribution to capital that we make each year. And we try to ensure that the combination of the CERA, which is a revenue contribution to capital, and the major repairs reserve contribution, which is what as accountants we would call depreciation. Those two lines there, we're trying to ensure match the amount required to spend on asset management each year, i.e. we should really be looking to fund all of our investment in existing homes from our revenue resources, our day-to-day income. We don't really want to be borrowing for it. So what's happening there is we're designing the forecast so that the CERA and the major repairs reserve, which are revenue costs, get to a point where I think probably in 28, 29, they should add up to 80 million. That 80 million line for asset management, 80 million and 86,000, I think. It's probably exactly the sum of the 46 and the 33 in the section below. So it's just really reflecting how we're trying to move from a position where, as you'd be aware, we borrowed last year for asset management, which we've tried to avoid doing, is move these into a position where we have a sustainable budget funded by revenue resources rather than like borrowing.
From a resident's perspective, once you sort of understand that some of those figures are truncated and it's actually a longer period of time, the messaging really is that you are less likely to move into a brand new council home, but you would more likely to either have your current home refurbished and brought up to standard, or you may move on to an existing property on the estate that's been improved.
I'd describe it differently, Councillor Rose. Even though we're talking about a limited new build program, we are still building more than most local authorities in the country. So I wouldn't want to say to residents they're less likely to move into a new home, because they are more likely to move into a new home in Southwark than any other borough. But you are right about the investment in our stock. We're putting in significant amount of money to ensure that people live in good quality homes.
Right, well, it wasn't necessarily criticism. It was just to say that investment was being made, but to understand the realities of the situation. But I do welcome your positive assertion that we are building more homes at that rate. Thank you.
Could I just to add, there are also social homes that we're delivering in that process as well. So in terms of a message to residents, in terms of their expectations in terms of housing need and us delivering on that, there is all the social homes and other types of affordable homes that we're delivering through private development. I think also just touching on that point about the housing investment programme, I am conscious that we will be investing substantial amounts of money in our existing stock and making sure that it is fit for purpose, that it is healthy, that it is safe. But it is a different type of investment than perhaps we are used to as councillors in terms of kind of equipment. That was what it was. And so it will look and feel different to our residents than perhaps the types of major works that we've experienced in the past. And also, that there are challenges with that in the sense of we all understand that we do want things like new kitchens and bathrooms, and we are going to be focusing our money in the next 2 years in terms of electrical safety testing, in terms of fire risk. So I think it's important we understand what it is we're doing and what that will feel like to residents. It's millions of pounds. It's absolutely what we should be doing, but it is going to look and feel different from perhaps what we've been used to in the last 10 years.
Very helpful.
Okay, great. I've got Councillor Abacha.
Calling for the position and variations. I want to ask why the HRA is still missing a saving target of 8.2 million at month 8, despite the improvement since month 4. Are there any areas where additional cost savings can be used to help bridge the gap by the end of 2024-25?
Thank you. I was going to kick off and then look at some technical expertise as well. Obviously, we updated, I think Councillor Crine updated at the last meeting the AMOT outturn in the sense that we are still showing kind of that 8.2 million overspend, but we actually for the first time thought it's going in the right direction, and that we are squeezing that target, if that makes sense, in terms of going forward. So I think we are quietly optimistic in terms of those savings that we need to make. Where the overspend has been, I suppose, most substantive is in resident services and asset management. And I think the challenges that we have this year and will have going forward is going to be about achieving greater efficiency in our repair services, both in terms of our in-house team and our contractors. We already have taken decisions and started the implementation of Plentific, which I'm conscious the committee will know about in some detail. That is a system where we will be achieving savings in terms of the repairs work that our contractors are doing. So it will hopefully, in the year ahead, make sure we address the overspending this year and ensure that we make savings going forward as well.
Okay. Got Councillor Newlands next, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, yeah, sorry, I will limit my questioning because I was going to ask something else that I'll take outside the meeting. Coming back to voids, so I know you've spoken already in some detail about that. What I was interested, again, seeing much from a ward perspective, we have had some properties that have been empty for an extended period, awaiting major works, which then becomes clear it is not financially viable to carry out those repairs. So ultimately, they sort of end up sort of oozing down the sausage machine towards disposal. I have been conscious that process has been horrifically slow, and I wondered whether, obviously, I know that there have been some changes in the policy framework around disposal of voids. I wonder if you feel or that you can give some confidence that at this stage we will not be seeing those sorts of delays that we've seen in the past. We won't be. I mean, there's one property which I'm very consciously aware of, and I know that we've spoken extensively about where there were plans to. It was major works. There were plans to do things, and then those plans sort of delayed. And then ultimately we end up having agreed for disposal. Can you give some sort of confidence that we won't that sort of logjam, if you like, is freeing up a little bit, and that we're a bit better making those decisions in a timely fashion now, and that we don't end up with extended sort of waits deciding what to do before actually ultimately reaching that decision? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Newlands. So first, we haven't actually changed the policy, but what we have changed is the sort of the limits of where it goes, because before it always had to go to cabinet, so you'd have to wait for a cabinet report, and the timing around that as well. So it makes it a bit more agile and nimble towards it. I think we are really clear now that I think I'd be totally honest with it, we have a bit of a reluctance to sell
properties on the basis that, for all the reasons that many people have said, is they are homes, and we sort of felt, could we bring them back into use, albeit it does need a lot of money around it. I think getting the business case for that is a lot tighter and a lot slicker now around it. I just want to reassure everybody here, we will only sell those voids where they really are uneconomical to bring back into use. Around that, that's where we're looking at. We've already identified the ones where we're looking at. We've got a very small program, 2 years. There will always be some voids that may come out after that period of time around it, but in terms of identifying them and getting them over to an auction as timely as possible, absolutely, because it does us no good to have empty homes which are always going to be empty for the foreseeable future on our housing stock. It does us no good in terms of not getting any money into the HRA around it, and actually being able to use that capital that we get from that into some of the work that Sarah and Hakeem absolutely are committed to doing around that, building safety, fire safe, electrical testing, all of that is really paramount on it as well. So yes, is the probably short answer to your question. Yes.
Thank you. Can I just add for the record that I am not in any sense sort of suggesting that we should be selling more properties. It's just that yes. So just for the record to make that clear. But thank you very much for your answer. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Seaton.
Chair, thank you for the presentation and answers to your questions so far. You won't actually answer most of my questions, but just clarification, if I may, on your housing investment programme sheet. This is quite an interesting one. I usually understand these things, but I'm not always that so I'll try again. First of all, through 2025-26, I can see the figures here. You're quoting here that you've got the reserve has increased from 39 million, I assume, to 48 million, which is quite a significant increase in reserves. Okay, but you're likely to spend less on asset and new build spend, and so that's an interesting turn of events. Okay, and then I project forward, and if we look at years 29 and 30, there's quite a significant difference, and I've looked at the financing there. This comes back to this Sarah question, whatever it means. You're projecting a significant increase in grant funding, in fact. Okay. I'm sure I should understand this figure, but I'm not completely understanding it. And please, can I ask you just to clarify the figures for 25-26, and then also clarify figures for 29-30, just so I'm clear. I'm sure my colleagues are clear what these figures actually mean.
Yeah, of course. So on the major repairs reserve in this financing section here, I suppose what's important to appreciate here is that the major repairs reserve is funded by depreciation from the income and expenditure account. So we simply move money out of the income and expenditure account. So tenants' rents, say in, 25, 26, 48 million pounds worth of tenants' rents will go into the major repairs reserve and will then immediately be spent on repairs, asset management, etc. So it's not a reserve that will have anything in it at the end of the year. It's not a reserve that's stacking up each year as though we were accumulating it. Oh. That is something we spend annually. It does. In an ideal, it's a technical account reserve. If you
Amit, if you show slide 3, please.
So yeah, it's not a reserve that's accumulating annually. There's a reserve we have to hold, which we make our depreciation is contributed into, and then we spend from that, and that is part of what funds our asset management program. Sorry, fourth slide.
Next one. Sorry, yes.
So we're not stockpiling any cash here. This is funding that's coming in and being spent here. It comes in. There is occasionally a balance in the major repairs reserve between years. Okay, yes.
Another one above that. No, the next one before.
The previous one.
One before.
Yeah. This one, yes. Oh. Yes, just to show, if you on the on the left side where it says total HRA expenditure, the first yellow balloon at the top says 72 million. Yeah, that's the major works reserve.
And the revenue contribution.
Yes. And then on the other side, you see repairs and maintenance 78 million. So effectively, they're matching each other.
I am.
And the reason.
Term reserve. Wait, Chair. Term reserve. Maybe we could use a different word. So I've come.
It's a technical description.
Fair enough. I'm going to give you that artistic.
You're absolutely right that if housing revenue accounts were operating as they should be, if they'd been funded correctly, we hadn't been subject to a number of caps on rent, etc. In ideal circumstances, there would be money left in this reserve at year end. You would build up a reserve so that when things happened, you could, and you needed to spend a lot of money in one go, you'd actually have it available to do that. So you are right in that sense, yes. And sorry, the second query.
2030, 2030, the SERA, this increase in the grant funding, how are you projecting that? Are you anticipating that to be, forgive me, are you projecting this, and what evidence do you have that will actually happen in that year?
So the SERA line there, that's the revenue contributions to the asset management program, effectively in addition to depreciation. That is that's just split over the remainder of the program. So that's not in 1 year, just as with all the other lines, it's just
The next 5 years.
Over 5 years.
They're
5 year term.
just sort of. That's yeah, we all. It's not obvious, but it's not all to be spent in that year. It's for the remainder of the 10-year programme. I'm indicating that we're halfway through it.
As slides, but it would be so tiny you would be able to see if you did every year.
The reason the grants and external contributions figure is so low relative to the other years is because almost all of that will relate to grants, new homes grants, and by this point, the existing committed new homes programme will have pretty much wound up. So at this point in time, best estimates suggest we wouldn't be getting much grant income if we weren't delivering new homes beyond 2030. But that's a medium-term forecast with best knowledge at this time, and we'll obviously be reviewing that as circumstances change, which we sincerely hope they do. Correct.
Like to buy receipts, that just stops.
Okay. So the major repairs reserve, we'll call that the seat reserve. We're perfectly clear what it means. Okay, let's move on to Councillor Foster, please.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question that pertains to the balloons and sort of reading them and understanding them. So this sort of model of financing obviously has a lot of problems. We haven't been able to increase our revenues to match our costs. It necessitates those numbers aligning. That I was wondering maybe if you can speak a bit to how to sort of read the balloons to understand the ways in which this model isn't working. I mean, I know that there is a 16 million figure under expenditure for provisions and reserves. I don't know if that reflects the amount that we're putting down on reserves to fund it or something like that. But yeah, I think it would be helpful to get a bit more insight into from an accountancy perspective, how to understand these things in order to appreciate the extent to which this funding model isn't serving housing, given the expenditure and income is obviously aligned.
So to the reserves question, the provisions and reserves bubble there at 16 million is the normal provisions and reserves as you'd imagine them. It's cash stashed away for a rainy day type of reserve. It's that kind of definition of reserve, not the technical version. Yes, I do mean it this time. Sorry.
It's actually non-sitting reserves.
That's what we've actually got left for a rainy day. Sorry. So is the question around?
I suppose the question is, we know there is an overspend in the HRA, that we don't have enough money being generated through the income and tenants and so on to do what we need to do. And nevertheless, the bubbles are the same number for income and expenditure. So how should we be understanding these figures in order to appreciate that gap? Is it just the debt finance? I mean, the debt financing is a year-on-year cost, obviously, but is it to do with borrowing? What is it that we should see in these numbers that we should be drawing out from them in order to appreciate the ways in which this funding model isn't working for us, as we know that it isn't?
I think the best example to give is something that we discussed earlier. So the yellow bubble at the top that says 72 million, from the expenditure is the amount that we put away to invest in our stock. But if you look on the right side, under repairs and maintenance, the amount we are actually requiring to spend on our own stock is 78 million. So that means that straight away there's a £6 million deficit in what we can put away, to invest in our stock, and in reality, what we're doing to our stock. And this is in fact when we're not doing as many things as we would like to do. So that's a very typical example of why the HRA is struggling. But in a larger sense, the HRA is the account where, if we want to build new homes, we take the borrowing on behalf of the HRA. At the moment, we're paying £40 million towards borrowing. It's the same account that we have to invest in our stock, which I've just described is 6 million short of what we get from the rent. It's also the same account where we need to pay for retrofitting. And as a council, we climate change is an important issue for us. We want our residents to live in homes that are efficient, but we have to invest in it. And that investment is not accounted for in here at all. So the same account facing, and then I should not forget to mention building safety, which is a clear priority for us. But all of those things are the things that the HRA should be funding, but there isn't enough money in the pot to do all of them.
Can I just add to that? Because I'm conscious that Ian's taken us through kind of the detail of what we would want to be able to do. I think from the one that I think, just to add, which has been a significant part of securing the future of council housing report, has been about actually having a much higher green and decent homes standard for all stock in the country, specifically for stock here and whatever. And that is something that would allow us to really, really deliver for our residents and be really proud of the plan for investment. But what we're calling for the new standard would also be fully funded. And that's the type of work where it doesn't touch the sides in terms of kind of what we're looking at the moment, because it's a leap forward that we want to, and what we want to be able to deliver out of the HRA.
Yeah, I think what would have been useful if we'd have had the previous year's figures, because we can't do any comparator here in terms of the numbers and the increases in the individual balloons, if I can put it that way. So I don't know if they're possible to get them provided before we meet tomorrow evening, but I think.
Yes, I might not present its balloons. I could certainly.
Yeah. Whichever's the most convenient way for yourself.
Okay, table perfectly.
Okay, I've got Councillor Levy next.
Thank you. Councillor Rose asked the first round of questions I was going to ask about 5 minutes ago, and she just hinted at the other question, so this may not last very long. But I just wanted to clarify when it says that RTB receipts running out in 27-28, does that mean we are no longer allowing residents to buy that?
So it's highly unlikely they will getting this. So we're expecting demand to drop off effectively, although we are having a bumpy year this year, understandably, because of the deadline. I think it's 21st of November.
Yeah, we've seen just under 1,400 applicants come in for right to buy before the deadline. So I think we're expecting probably more homes to be lost through right to buy now, but that will. But now with the discount and things like that, then yeah.
Okay, great. Well, that's it. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again, no doubt. And so it's Tim, 65 around or
16 or 12%.
Not joining us.
Making it, but legally she might just.
He's coming back down at 3.
Yeah, well, we'll see him in a minute then.
Because we are, yeah.
Great.
Which means we've got a minute to spend on the rest of
In that case, Chair, can
Well, we're going to finish in half an hour.
I want some water?
Yeah, help yourself.
There isn't anything there we can drink. Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
There's no coffee, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, well, hard times.
Yeah, we're nearly a big organisation here.
Could have had some glasses on them.
Might be little.
Water bottles in. Chair.
I would commend
I
your.
think I'll leave for the next bits.
Fine.
I've got some glasses to read, but as long as you're on time.
Is this the formal?
This is the last. No,
No, it's not.
kind of feels like it.
I would commend your getting
Same
food in.
quarter past.
Getting food in. No, I think because I think
Oh,
that's I think that saves a lot of time.
Yeah,
But can we have coffee next year as well? Would you? That'd be.
Okie doke.
Did what, sorry?
Clients run that open, so it has to be public.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, if you want to start off on this one.
Yeah, so what would be really helpful, I know for some time, Chair, that you'd be very keen, and I know other members have been really keen to look at the capital programme, which we don't really do as part of the budget process because it isn't something that's set by Council Assembly around that. But I just thought it'd be really helpful just to give an update on the capital programme, how it works, the sorts of things it does, and how we're sort of starting to align that with Southwark 2030 around it. How it does have some impact on the revenue account of the borrowing that we have to do around it, some borrowing will impact on the revenue borrowing debt. So the capital programme is a thing that with real tangible things that our residents ask for. So it's things that deliver new leisure centres like one coming on board that can water in my ward, things like the new libraries that we've been delivering, investment into those real sort of things that you can look and touch and feel type things around that. And they range from very, very large amounts of investments, like the money we've got away in community infrastructure levy for the Bakerloo line extension, to very small things that we as ward councillors have decision making on in terms of things like cleaner, greener, safer. That's a capital funding around that as well. And these are the things that, as I said, are very much the things that deliver those things that are really important to our residents. With Southwark 2030, we felt it was a really good opportunity to align the capital programme with Southwark 2030. So what we are doing now going forward is we are looking around how those bids are capital bids. So when departments come to the capital bids, how does that align with our residents' priorities and Southwark 2030, and have a bit more robust process around that. We now have 2 touch points within the year where we look at capital bids and set new capital bids. It used to be that they would come ad hoc and whatever. Now it's every January and every July that they will come to it. So these are approved by Cabinet around here as well. In terms of where we get capital from, it varies. Some of it, as I said, is through borrowing. Some of it is from the infrastructure levy, some of it's from Section 106 funding, as well as some of it's from our own reserves that we put forward in the capital funding. Sometimes we get some government grant funding for things as well around that. So it's very wide, it's very varied. It's a very varied capital programme. So, for example, the New Schools programme is one strand of our capital programme. It's part of our housing investment programme, but then, as you can see from the appendix that came with this around some of the new bids that we've put in here, there are some. It varies. So, for example, you've got things around investing in outdoor cooking in Burgess Park. You know, when the barbecues were removed, that actually residents are really keen on having the focal point around that. So it's having a safer way to cook in terms of electric blades and things. So we've got that investment in there. In terms of the Old Kent Road regeneration, we're putting money into the feasibility around the 2 new linear parks, one in Burnley Road and one in Friendship Street. In terms of housing, we're putting some money back into a buyback scheme for local authority housing funds, so we can actually buy back some council homes, but we can help support around the housing need within the borough, around temporary accommodation need around that. And we're absolutely doing a massive investment into our CCTV fibre network. We know that people, community safety and people being safe is one of the top priorities for our residents around that. So it's a significant investment in upgrading the CCTV fibre so it is more state of the art, so you don't get the old grainy pictures where you can't really recognise people around that as well. So that just gives you an example, and quite the biggest part of
part of funding, well, part of the council housing is into our Streets for People net zero vision. Net zero vision is basically around reducing the amount of fatalities on our roads and our road network. So the vision being that it gets down to zero around that. So we put a significant amount of money in Streets for People work and around net zero vision. So that's just in one, that was in the last lot of bids. So I think it just shows you how the capital programme can be used to deliver some real change, but actually the revenue, which is not revenue, but actually delivers for our residents as well around that. So that's sort of my introduction to it.
Lovely, thank you very much. Questions to Mr. Cryan or the officers on this? Well, I'm sure we can go through each line. Okay, so do officers want to add anything? Anything in particular? Yes, I'm trying to get blood out. Okay, well, if there isn't anything further, then that concludes our meeting. Other than me to say that, as I mentioned at the beginning, we're meeting again tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock to discuss and agree recommendations that we think appropriate to put forward to the Cabinet for their deliberation budget proposals that eventually get to Council Assembly next month. Good. And Councillor Johnson didn't indicate if she was coming tomorrow, but obviously she's not been privy to our discussions here today. So I'd like it if you could continue tomorrow, if that's possible. Evening. Yeah. Okay. Good. No. I mean, it's sensible that we have continuity of membership between these two sessions. Great. Okay. Well, that's all I've got to say. So thank you all once again for your contributions, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
We're letting us go early.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Good luck with Weds.
Thank you.
Hearing that